time. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers. It might be a little bit of a long meeting today, so we are going to hold you to a 3-minute timeline. Once it hits 3 minutes, I'll ask you to wrap it up or try to before that. So because we have a mysterious commissioner on Zoom today, we're going to do a roll call so we can find out who it is. And so we'll ask for a roll call. Here.
Here.
Maybe.
I don't think you can hear me.
Okay. Gary, are you here?
I am.
Okay, Gary's here. Okay, thank you. So that was the guy on Zoom, and we're not telling you where he's at. It's an unspecified location somewhere warm.
4 hours away.
4 hours away. Use your own imagination. So we're going to have a moment of silence led by Commissioner Durr, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Commissioner
Okay,
Durr.
yeah, for the moment of silence today, let's just reflect that May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and just a reminder to, try to be kind in this life and think about those that have those struggles, and let's just take care of each other. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. So we'll review and approve the agenda. So we'll look for a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Have a motion from Hadcock, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, we have executive proclamation. This is honoring our professionals in corrections and care campus. Mark Hughes, if you're in the audience here, if you want to come forward, and I'll give you the floor. And then after.
Good morning, Commissioners. May is a pretty exciting month for us in corrections. We get to celebrate our correctional officers, our nurses, our mental health individuals, and our teachers. Today, we have representatives from all those areas, I believe, came today. I have both commanders from the Juvenile Services Center and the jail, and I'd like to bring them up with their people, and I think Corey Brubachen has a couple words to say, but if you'd allow the individuals to identify themselves and how long they've worked for the county.
Absolutely, Mark.
Good morning. Corey Brubachen, Pennington County Jail Commander. I just want to tell you how much we appreciate you taking this time to acknowledge our staff. It means a great deal to them and for the work that they do every day. It's very demanding, and it occurs behind the secured doors, so there's not a lot of publicity on that. But what they do is absolutely essential to the safety and success of our operation on a daily basis. So if you could allow me, we'd like to introduce
Absolutely.
The representatives that we have from representing both the jail, JSC, and our care campus. Would you like them to come
They
up?
just give, they could step up, give them their name and what department they work on, how long they've been here, so.
Good morning. I'm Tina Morford Chase. I'm a nurse at the jail, and I've been here for 10 years.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Captain Casey Munch. I've been with the county for 20 years, currently the security captain of the jail. Thank you.
Thank you. 20 years, that's awesome.
Hello, I'm Sergeant Kurt Clark. I've been at the jail for 14 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Lieutenant Taylor Mulbauer. I've been at the jail for 13 years.
Thank you.
I'm Holly Edwards. I'm the mental health coordinator at the jail, and I just started in January. But I have 30 years of experience.
Well, we appreciate you coming here. We're glad you chose us.
Good morning, Joe Gutierrez, Commander of Western South Dakota Juvenile Services Center. This is my 15th year, and I'd like to present my staff to you.
Thank you.
Sergeant Heather Heinert, I've been here 26 years.
Awesome.
Heather Wood, a lieutenant, JSC, 29 years.
Hi, Julie Callahan. I'm a teacher at JSC, and this is my 4th year.
Hi, my name's Nicole. I'm a nurse at the Juvenile Service Center and a Rise Youth Center and been around for about 5.5 years.
Thank you. We appreciate everything you guys do, and it's a reflection on this the leadership that so many of you have so much time in. We appreciate that, and we appreciate that you've made the county a home. With that being said, I'd like to read a joint proclamation honoring our professionals in corrections and care campus. And so it starts out by, whereas the strength, resilience, and well-being of our communities are upheld each day by dedicated individuals who serve with distinction in the fields of corrections, nursing, education, and mental health. And as Jerry mentioned earlier, it's Mental Health Awareness Month. So, whereas corrections officers ensure the safety, structure, and rehabilitation of individuals within our justice system, serving with integrity, discipline, and compassion. Whereas nurses deliver expert care, support, and healing across every stage of life, working tireless on the front lines of healthcare to safeguard lives and promote wellness. Whereas teachers nurture minds, foster growth, and inspire lifelong learning, guiding students with dedication and shaping the future with every lesson taught. Mental health professionals provide vital support to individuals and families by promoting emotional well-being, fostering resilience, and breaking down barriers to care and understanding. Whereas during the month of May, we recognize National Correction Officers Week, May 3rd through May 9th, National Nurses Week, May 6th through May 12th, National Teachers Week, May 4th through May 8th, and Mental Awareness Week, May 3rd through May 9th. A time honor the commitment, compassion, and courage demonstrated by these essential professionals. Now hereby we, the Board of County Commissioners, County of Pennington County, South Dakota, do hereby proclaim the dates of May 3rd through May 9th as recognition of our professionals in corrections and care campus in honor of all corrections officers, nurses, teachers, and mental health professionals who uplift, protect, educate, and care for our communities each and every day. Let this proclamation stand in the symbol of our deep gratitude and honor, admiration, and unwavering support. So we'll be putting our signature on that for you guys, and we appreciate everything you've done. So you
Mr.
want to
Chair.
come forward, we'll take a picture, and then
I was just,
go ahead.
on my calendar, I see there's an event at Juvenile Services on the 21st. Would somebody like to speak to that, what that's going to entail?
Yeah, this week we have some exciting things happen. Yesterday we celebrated our staff with a cake and congratulating on what they do. Today we'd like to invite you guys over for some snacks throughout the day. Wednesday we're having a potato bar. It's a different one, unique one to us, but come over. We got a big baked potato for you, a nice sour cream, and add your toppings to it. And then the following day we have again some special treats for our staff. We're having a meatball challenge. So if you'd like to get your meatball recipe together, I'm sure we'd like to have you come over and be in our contest. It's going to be an annual event for Corrections Week. And then on Friday we have it's a sad but a pleasure day that we have 2 long-term staff who are retiring that day, and we invite you over at 2 o'clock to the Juvenile Services Center to wish them well and thank them again for their service. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah,
Andrew.
thank you for your service. I toured the facility a couple of years ago, and I was really amazed at how well it was run and how important it is to our community, the help these folks get reset and get out and live a good life going forward. So once again, thank you.
Commissioner Hadcock?
Thank you. I agree with Corey. You guys don't get a lot of publicity, but you do a lot of hard work to make Pennington County look successful and be successful. That takes a good team, takes some good leaders. Pennington County has the best. So with your experiences and even being new with your experience of, background, it makes Pennington County a better place to work and live. So we appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Commissioner Drews, did you have anything to say or add?
No, I just appreciate all the work that they do. Thank you.
Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, just to comment, obviously, public safety, local communities could not run without people who would step up to the plate. And so, being a public servant is not easy. You might have a job title, but it all comes back to the fact that, you're a public service doing something that the public can't do for themselves, and that's really what we're here for. And anyway, it says something about being in corrections is a little bit different. It's something in my law enforcement career I would always say that I could not do. It takes a very special person to work in the correctionals field and do some of those things, so kudos to you. And with that, I'm going to make a motion to authorize the Pennington County chairperson to sign the proclamation declaring May 3rd through the 9th of 2026 as Corrections and Care Campus Week.
Second.
I have a motion from Durr and a second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So if they wanted to get a picture with us, Mark, I think that's kind of typically what we do. We go right down here and then we'll go down there with them? Yep. If you guys all want to line up here and then I probably shouldn't get in front. I'll block it to you.
One more. Gary, I cut you out. I'm sorry.
Okay. Sure.
Oh, it was not intentional. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. That wonderful, wonderful opportunity to thank all those people. And I hope everybody noticed the time and service they had. That's incredible. That's a testament to the organization that they work for, so appreciate that. We will head down to item number 6, which is consent agenda. The Board of Commissioners using a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and the vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items, and they're A through F. At this point, is there anybody in the audience that wants to remove a consent agenda item? No? Okay. Commission, anybody want to remove a consent agenda item? Okay.
Mr. Chair, move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Roskinek and a second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Move on to item 7. Speaker request form is required. Action will not be taken during this section on any issues brought forth and that are not properly noticed. Speakers under this section will be recorded in the minutes by name and of interest. So we do have one speaker request form from Nick Toth. Is that correct, Nick?
Yes.
All right, thanks. So if you just want to give your name, so.
Nicholas Toth, out of here, Rapid City. And I was here a couple weeks ago. I just wanted to say a quick thank you. I wasn't expecting such a quick response when I asked for time, and within 2 days, I was able to have a meeting. I was not expecting that, so I appreciate that. I'm bringing up a couple examples of why I'm asking for assistance, because last time was generic. There's one instance where a mother has had multiple reports of abuse or neglect done by 2 different schools, a counselor, different police officers, and random parents. It was, the parents had reported her for threatening to kick her son in the face. This was on school grounds, so this is in public, so we can only imagine what's happening behind closed doors. CPS apparently did not want to get involved, but eventually did, and decided that was normal parenting. There's a father who has a couple instances now of child nudity, photos being taken under his roof over spanning a couple years. He has been charged with felony child abuse, which was reduced to domestic assault on a minor, and CPS apparently decided the kids are allowed to stay there. My personal case, there's never been any police involvement or CPS involvement against me, but what what the courts have decided was bad parenting was me putting the kids on a school bus for the last 10 years. That same bus that my ex uses, the same bus the courts had told me previously to use, but apparently the wording didn't say I could use the bus. So I was held in contempt and $3,000 in penalties. And so because I don't follow orders, and then I posted on Facebook and GoFundMe to try to raise money for attorneys to defend myself against this, I embarrassed the judge and the attorney, and they used that as a reason to take my kids away. So I'm a dangerous person because I put my kids on a school bus and I embarrassed an attorney and a judge. But yet, threatening to kick your kids in the face and having nudity from kids at your house and felony child abuse charges was not enough. So this is why I'm asking for help. This is why I'm trying to get the community involved, trying to get you guys to facilitate this. Nationally, I'm in a couple advocacy groups, and you guys are already making waves. People are shocked that you guys are even listening, let alone allowing meetings. So I appreciate it. So thank you, and I hope we can really get this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day. Okay, we'll move on. I see no other speaker request forms. Anybody else wants? Oh, here we go. Oh. Nope, not public comment. So seeing none, we'll move on to item number 8, State of South Dakota Department of Legislative Audit. So, Mr. Alan Schaefer, auditor in charge. Did he have a presentation he wanted to make, or just a? Oh, there you are.
Good morning, Commissioners. Al Schaefer with Department of Legislative Audit.
Yep, thank you.
Here to let you guys know that we've started the audit on the calendar year 2025 records. It's a fiscal and compliance audit because you guys get spend over $1 million in federal grants. We also have to audit compliance with the different federal regulations and stuff like that. We're here, I don't know if you guys have any special concerns or anything would be not covered in a normal audit that we're due. I mean, we audit that sample of receipts and disbursements and compliance with laws and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, if you think of something and want to let us know, we're over in the auditor's office. You can come over and visit with us anytime you want to. Somebody else will probably be back to do the closing conference because on June 8th, both Bruce and I are retiring. So somebody will probably come back from the office to do the actual closing with you guys and stuff. But over the years, I've appreciated working with you guys and with the commission and the office, different elected officials and other officials. Always had good cooperation. It's always been a good audit here and stuff. So one of the requirements too, as a commissioner, you're supposed to let us know if you know of any suspected fraud going on in the county and stuff, and you can just again visit with us and let us know that and stuff. Of course, we bill you guys for this. It's $98 an hour what we bill, and but during the day when we answer questions and stuff, either for you guys or other counties or other entities, we charge that time to assistance. You don't get billed directly for that stuff. So. And we've been asked to help with a couple different things with the audit. We noted that in the letter and stuff, that we'll get that stuff done and stuff. It shouldn't add a lot of time to the audit and stuff. But Other than that, unless you guys have some questions, that's all I've gotten. Just have requests that the chair and Sabrina sign the engagement, what we call our engagement letter for the audit and stuff. But if you have any questions,
We all open it up to questions.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr, you have the floor.
Yeah, I just have a comment. I mean, you know, my previous time in county government, working with Al for years and Bruce, and anyway, we'd heard rumors about, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago, you know, somebody's going to retire, and then the next year somebody's going to retire. But I believe anyway, between you and Bruce, that is a total of 86 years of public service to the state of South Dakota with Department of Legislative Audit.
Yep, that's correct.
That's unheard of anymore. It's unbelievable. So, again, thank you and Bruce for your dedication, and we didn't always agree, but we came to a resolution. So, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner
Chair.
Haddock.
Thank you, Bruce. I appreciate everything you guys have done. As Jerry said, we always haven't agreed, but I didn't take it personally. I just bring up things that I see, and we try to make it right. And I appreciate everything you've done. You've been around a long time, and you're always the friendliest fellow I've ever met. So thank you for all you do for us, Bruce.
Commissioner
Or
Drews.
Alan.
Commissioner Drews. Commissioner Drews
Yeah,
wants to talk
Alan,
to you.
I want to thank you for all the years of service. You've done a great job, and appreciate you and Bruce both for the service that you provided to the state of South Dakota and the legislative audit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
I'm going to make a motion to authorize the chair's signature on the engagement letter from the South Dakota Department of Legislative Audit for the 2025 fiscal year audit.
Second.
A motion from Durr and a second from Rosknecht. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, and enjoy your retirement if we don't see you.
All right.
Till then, and
Thanks.
may you happen to run off into the sunset of Hawaii or something
maybe,
like that. Yeah.
All right.
All right. We will move to item number 9, items from auditor. Miss Green, are you in the audience? Thank you. And so,
Good morning, Commissioners. This today is just regarding our ordinance that we have, 795, the alcoholic liquor license. We've been working with the state and with our growth in Pennington County. They have opened up 3 additional liquor licenses. So with the ordinance, I have to announce it on or before May 15th. So that is what I'm doing today, is to let you know we do have 3 liquor licenses, and I'm looking for a motion to acknowledge them for the 2027 calendar year and published for 2 consecutive weeks with a deadline of September 4th, 2026.
Mr.
I
Chair.
make that motion, Mr. Chair.
thank you, Commissioner Drews. We have a motion from Commissioner Drews and a second from Commissioner Rosknecht.
I got a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Sabrina, on the liquor licenses, are there like 3 different type liquor licenses, and each type varies on its proximity to a population center? So if I recall, the ones that are more remote, they were like $25,000.
Yes,
Or
there
maybe-
is some different ones.
Tyler's going to answer that.
Tyler can chime in on these
Thank you,
ones.
Tyler.
Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office. You're exactly correct, Commissioner Roskinen. So the way that the fee structure is set up is based on proximity based to municipalities off of population. So the proximity to the bigger municipality, the more expensive it is. I don't have the figures off the top of my head, but my memory thinks was it $25,000 for class 3, and then it rises all the way up to $250,000. Is that what it is?
Yes.
So, but ultimately, yeah, you're correct, Commissioner.
So when there's 3 left, it could be a combination of all 3?
Yep, that's my understanding, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you. And now, how does a person apply for a license?
They would visit Sabrina's office, fill out the application, come equipped with their fee at that time. Those funds are essentially held in the auditor's office until the presentation of the applications to you. And just for the public's knowledge, they are presented in the order received. So that was the most material change that you contemplated in late February 2025. So it's essentially a first come, first serve for your consideration. So a little bit of a difference from how this used to work.
So, Mr. Tyler?
Yeah.
So, when can a first person apply?
Well, I think, although we're under a requirement to get these published for 2 consecutive weeks following this meeting, if a person is watching this meeting and able to, get their application and their fee structure in to Sabrina's office, they could apply tomorrow.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm just going to second the motion.
Okay, second from Dirk. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Sabrina and Mr. Tyler. We'll move on to items from planning and zoning.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion to move to convene as Board of Adjustment.
We have a motion to convene as a Board of Adjustments from Durr and a second from Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. So we are in the Board of Adjustments, and we're moving to item number 10. And then, Mr. Jason, the bearded wonder, you have the floor, sir.
Give me just 1 minute. I'm going to bring up our
could
presentation.
Could we pause for just a second here so that we're slightly before 9:30 right now, and so if we could just
I'm
wait until 9:30.
sorry. So we got about 4 minutes to, yeah, so we're starting a little early.
Time for coffee.
Awesome. If anybody needs to get a cup of coffee or use the restroom.
Like back
Here we
in the
go.
old days, reminds me of the
We're back.
Castelli.
Is Gary back on? Gary's on, okay. All right, we're ready to roll. We are in the Board of Adjustments, and we are moving to item A. And we lost the bearded wonder.
You got me.
Okay, that's better. We like that better. All right. A, Ms. Brittany, you have the floor.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item A is variance COVA 26-0008. It's to reduce the required setback to a property line. The applicant is No Bad Days Campground LLC. Rob Livingston is the owner. This property is located at the intersection of Highway 385 and Highway 44. This item was continued from the April 7th, 2026 Board of Commissioners meeting. If you look on the screen, you will see we take a two-prong approach for variances. The findings are up on the screen. This does not have a special condition that exists for the property, so staff is recommending denial. This request is for a stage in a commercial district. They're looking for a 0-foot setback for that stage structure right there. Here's a photo of what it looks like. They do have events in the summertime, and they have outdoor concerts and such, so they are looking for a 0-foot setback. The property line that they are looking for a 0-foot setback is to the United States Forest Service. They do have some, the Forest Service does have some concerns on the site. They did build an addition to the structure that is on Forest Service lands, but the applicant and the Forest Service are working on that. This is for a separate structure for that stage structure. So with that, staff is recommending denial as there's no special conditions on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the zoning ordinance. However, if the Board of Adjustment disagrees and approves the request, staff recommends one condition be included.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Commissioner Roskinek, you have the floor, sir.
I talked to the owner last night, and I kind of asked him about this. Told him that this is going to be coming up, and so what happened is recently the Forest Service, they resurvey, and when they resurvey, things get shifted. And in this situation, things got shifted by about 2.5 feet. And so the stage that you're talking about was on Forest Service property, roughly 2.5 feet. So the owner moved the stage back so it was entirely on private property. And the Forest Service actually wrote back to the owner and said, hey, we're good, we don't care if it's a 0 setback, we're okay with it, we just don't want it on Forest Service property. So the owner further went on to say that when he bought the property's been there since the 50s and 60s, and originally it was called Lake Haven. And that building, the store and the garage have been a 0 setback for 50 years. What the property owner did is he put the stage adjacent to them so that it didn't stick out 25 feet. So that's the rationale to have the 0 setback, so it aligns with an existing garage and it aligns with the existing store. And if the stage had to be taken down, it's more personal property because it's tubular construction so that it can be taken apart, moved, and whatnot. And with all that being said, I'm going to certainly approve this variance with the condition.
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
So if you read on the April 29th, it sounds like that you guys proceed with the 0-degree setback for the stage, which they were good with, because it sounds like they worked out a solution, which is good. But he also has a ton of other stuff with the National Forest Service lands. They're including a bunch of tables, debris, bathroom, water spigot, water line. But the stage has been mitigated. So hopefully that also can find some solution with the Forest Service, because you already know, public property is Forest Service, and that I'm not against the stage or anybody doing business. The main thing is we don't get clutter and end up having a nuisance issue with the Forest Service on this. So the stage and doing business, it looks very clean, it looks very nice. I'm in agreement with it. It's just hopefully they can take care of their other issues that are causing the Forest Service some issues in a way that, again, we don't need a nuisance from the Forest Service on this property.
So do we have a motion from?
I'm going to go ahead and approve the variance COVA 26-0008 with conditions.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion from Roskinek, second by Hadcock. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries, so we're going to let that happen, and we understand why that is. So, item B, Josh and Chami Renkin to reduce the required setback to a property line. And let me see here. So, Mr. Cody, you had the floor.
Yes, Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Item 10B is variance COVA 26-0009. It's to reduce the setback to a property line. The applicant and landowner is Josh and Tammy Rankin. They are in the audience if there's any questions. Location is 23833 Bradley Gulch Road. Current zoning is agriculture district. Existing land use is residential. Access is off Bradley Gulch, and there's no special flood hazard area on the property. We do take a two-prong approach for granting variances. For prong number one, whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. It doesn't appear that this would run counter to public interest. It's a side yard setback. There's structures in the neighborhood that don't meet the required setback already. And then for prong number two, whether a special condition exists to grant the variance. So if you look at the property, this is the outline of the lot. It narrows towards the front. We did a site visit. When you look at the back, most of the back portion is that hill, which is unbuildable, so it forces it to the front into that narrow section where they're not going to meet a setback. So staff does find that due to narrowness and topography, a special condition would exist to grant the variance. So with that, staff is recommending approval of variance COVA 26-0009, as topography and exceptional narrowness on the property creates a special condition on the subject property. If the board approves, staff would recommend one condition.
Commissioner Hadcock?
I agree. I looked at the property, so the property does exhibit narrowness, and it is a topography issue, so I move approval on this variance.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
So I travel that road quite frequently,
Need a
and
second, Ron.
I'll go ahead and second for
Okay, we have a
discussion.
motion from Hadcock, second by Roskinek. And then
And what I was going to say, from a safety aspect, I really can support this because I don't get more than 2.5 miles out of Hill City, and I lose all my service. I can't get messages, I can't receive messages, I can't make phone calls.
We're on item B.
Yeah, we're on B, Ron.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, that's okay. So
Is that
we have a motion and a second on B. Are you good with that one? That's for the people on the picture here.
Yes, for the topography. and
Oh, yeah,
narrowness.
this is Black Meadow.
Yeah, this is not the tower.
Wrong one. Okay, we're good.
Okay, we're good. So
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Cody, what's the one condition?
I'm sorry, Gary. I was trying to find you.
The one condition is just that this variance applies to only the single-family residence. If they want to come build another structure, they'd have to do the process over again.
Thank you.
Okay. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. And now we'll move on to the
Cell tower.
Tower, yeah. So, Mr. Cody, you had the floor on the cell tower here.
Okay, 10C is variant COVA 26-0010. It's to reduce the setback for residential zoning and agriculture zoning under 40 acres for a telecommunications tower and equipment shelter. The applicant is Vertical Bridge, the Towers LLC, Darren Hunter. He is on Zoom if there's any questions, and then they do have another representative in the audience as well if there's any questions. The landowner is Mildred Ham. Location is 12089 Deerfield Road. Current zoning is agriculture district. Existing land use is residential. Access is off Deerfield Road, and there is no special flood hazard area on the property. Again, when we look at variances, we take a two-prong approach. For prong number one, whether granting the variance runs counter to public interest. It doesn't appear that it would run counter to public interest. There is lower cell service in that area, so putting a cell tower in that area would improve the general safety of the community. However, for prong number two, whether special conditions exist to grant a variance, it doesn't appear that topography or narrowness would apply, so there is no special condition that would exist. The applicant is requesting a variance to a setback variance to an agriculture district containing less than 40 acres. So the property to the west, it's the west property line, they need to be 500 feet from it. They are 420 feet. However, that property is owned by the same property owner. But there are no special conditions that exist that would warrant the approval of the variance. They did submit some photo simulations of what the tower would look like. Those are on the screen. They did submit a propagation map to show the coverage area that it would have. They also submitted a fall letter. So if the tower were to fall, the radius of the fall tower or fall would be 127.5 feet. The closest setback to any property line is 305 feet. So they do sit off from the property line. But staff is recommending denial of variance COVA 26-0010 as no special condition exists on the property that would excuse literal enforcement of the Pennington County zoning ordinance.
Thank you. I have a speaker request form from Mr. Matt. Mr. Matt, if you're here, you can go ahead and you have the floor. You're the attorney for Vertical Bridge.
Yes, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Matt Lucklum on behalf of Vertical Bridge, and on behalf of Vertical Bridge to get this variance actually approved. And as Commissioner Roskinek did point out earlier, there really is no cell service in that area whatsoever. When I went out there to put the signs up to provide notice to everyone, I didn't have any service whatsoever. It really isn't very far from Hill City either when you look at it, except there is no cell service even within a few miles of Hill City, which is why we're requesting this. Now, Mildred Ham is the owner of the property here and the property surrounding this parcel that's on your screen there. And if you look at that, you look to the west, you can see that little sliver of lot there that is land that actually is what's causing this variance to be within, or our request to be within that 500-foot setback. And again, that is owned by Mildred herself. If someone were to purchase that, they would probably have to replat it themselves anyways. And in order to do that, then we would also get our 500-foot if it were to be replatted. We are requesting this because we do believe it would provide a service and utility to the public. 911 coverage, things of that nature are critical everywhere in the Black Hills, and especially in areas that are prone to maybe fire hazards and things like that. So, which is why we are requesting that today. And we have actually attempted to move this cell tower location prior to actually submitting this application. It was actually within the setback requirements for the west or the east portion of the lot, but that was within 500 feet of a residential lot line at that point in time, which is why we then moved it to the west to be within 500 feet of an agricultural lot, which again is owned by Mildred herself. So we did try to mitigate any issues or any issues that may be presented by any residential residents in the area as well. I'm free again to answer any questions that the commission may have on this.
Thank you, Matt. Do we get any questions or a
Mr.
motion?
Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
So my experience with the cell tower requests that we receive is normally the placement of those cell towers is where you get the maximum signal strength. And when you say conditions, maybe no physical conditions exist, but so that would be a tangible, but intangible would be what we're talking about today. It's a condition that for that thing to be most effective, it needs to be in that particular position. That's my understanding. So condition doesn't always have to be physical. It could be intangible, such as it goes here, because this is where it's going to produce the strongest strength to the general public as far as receiving and transmitting messages. So I'm going to go ahead and make the motion to approve.
Yep. We have a
Second
motion.
for discussion.
We have a motion from Ross Connect, second from Hadcock, and Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
I appreciate you bringing this forward. We talked to the Fire Service Board and many of the emergency services, and that was something that they needed for, like you said, 911 services, health, safety. That's why I'm approving this today, is it's going to make a major difference for hopefully cell service out there and for I've been on the fire service, 10 years. They're saying, Debbie, we need that service. So I appreciate you bringing this forward and working with some solutions to get what we needed for the engineering report to make sure there also is health, safety, and that it was taken care of with maybe if it fell, the pole. We're also doing aesthetics. They're still doing the monopole, which is like a pine tree. What do you call it?
I apologize to interrupt, Commissioner Hadcock. At this point, it is designed to be not the monopole with the actual, to look like a pine tree. And I did discuss this with my clients to see if this was an option that we could put out there. And if you look on the screen, that's what it's supposed to look like for us. If we were to, from what I understand, do that monopole that looks like a tree itself,
right.
This is a 195-foot pole, which is necessary to give coverage for that entire area. These trees around it, I'm told, are around 70, 80 feet tall at the max. To have a pole that looks like a tree, as they pointed out, would be a tree that's almost 200 feet tall, twice as large as the other trees around it, which is why they thought it probably wouldn't be, it might stick out a little bit more if it were a tree itself or look like a tree. So I did want to at least clarify that we aren't asking for that, and if the Commission wants to discuss that further, we'd be happy to.
I think we approved it on that condition, if I'm correct, Cody.
So Cody Sack, senior planner, that was a different property. That was over by the cave on Rushmore Cave.
Okay.
This is a totally different request for a totally different cell tower.
And that other one would blend in. I thought it looked a lot higher this time.
Yeah, this one's
we're getting too many
that other one was
poles going
only like 125 feet, I believe. So with the trees in the area, it blended in better. But like Mr. Lucklum said, this tower is substantially higher.
So this is one of the area. And how far is the other pole from there?
The other pole is, I guess I don't know miles wise, but it's over by Rushmore Cave. This is north, heading towards
20 miles.
Deerfield. So did you say 20 miles, Commissioner Roskin?
Commissioner Durr, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, I would just like to have Commissioner Ross Connect amend his motion a little bit to include public safety, health, and welfare in the motion as to why we're granting the variance.
Agree with that.
Yep. So my motion would be based on approving this would be to increase the public safety in that area by having better cell service for emergency phone calls.
You get that, Jordan?
Welfare and safety.
Okay, so we want health and safety is the
I have one
condition.
more question.
Yeah.
Approval.
If I
Go ahead,
could
Commissioner
finish.
Hadcock.
Did you guys do an engineering report on this?
Yes, we did
Okay.
produce a fall zone letter for this one as well. It has the same findings as that other one. It is engineered to break in, if it were to break, fall into three separate pieces essentially to minimize the radius in which it's going to affect if it were to.
So being taller, it wouldn't blow further or anything? It would just, the engineering report, which I didn't read on this one, sorry, I thought it was the same one, that's my fault, that it would drop, it wouldn't go.
Correct.
Okay, that's the main issue, just making sure we're on the same public
Mr.
health
Chair.
safety. Thank you, sir.
Motion on the floor is approved for health and safety issues. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion to come out of Board of Adjustment?
Second.
No,
Nope,
sorry,
nope.
we need to stay in for the appeal.
Oh, on
We have one
item
more,
D.
right?
Sorry.
No, okay, no problem.
Mr.
We'll
Chair.
move on to item D.
I'm just going to comment when he talked about falling and breaking in three separate pieces. I got the visual in my head that if I fall, that's what would happen.
You're exactly
Maybe even
correct. That's why we don't let you get on that horse anymore. Okay, we're gonna move on to item 10D, and then, so, Mr. Cody, you still have the floor, sir, and then we have a speaker request form.
So Cody Sack, Senior Planner. Item 10D is appeal of planning director's decision for Randy and Mary Doffenbaugh. So they tried to submit a building permit that didn't meet current setbacks, and it didn't meet the requirement. They currently have a legal non-conforming use for a second house. If they did the addition that they're talking about, they would lose their legal non-conforming status. So this was before the board a couple months ago, I believe, at the February 3rd Board of Adjustment meeting. And it was explained that even if they got the variance for it, they couldn't get the building permit because that structure is no longer legal non-conforming. So they'd have two houses on the lot, and their only option is to plat. This has been explained to Mr. Doffenbaugh and Mr. Davis on several occasions, but they still tried to submit a building permit, basically, and they're appealing it, trying to circumnavigate the variance process. So staff is recommending to deny the appeal. And if they want to proceed with the proposed addition, they need to plat the property.
So Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
So we've let second residents before on properties. It had to be within the 5 acres, if I'm correct. Is this within the 5 acres?
So we allow what's called like accessory dwelling units. Is that what you're referring to?
No, did we, Jason, maybe you know. I remember in the past, if they had two buildings on the same property, like their son came in, their mom came in, or somebody else, it wasn't called accessory dwelling, and we have let them have a second residence if it was in that 5 acres.
Yep. Jason Thennison, Assistant Planning Director. So maybe what you're referring to is a ranch hand residence. So we allow those in agriculture districts, but those have to be temporary in nature. What we have here are 2 permanent structures, permanent dwellings, and he's trying to expand the use on one of those, which is already legal non-conforming. So if it's expanded, then it loses that status.
Okay, so he's expanding on the house he already has.
Correct.
And because he's non-conforming, he wouldn't be grandfathered in like he is. It would be,
Right, so he's currently grandfathered in. If he expands on that use, then he loses that legal non-conforming grandfathered status.
okay, so, and his property, that house is right in the middle of his 2 different properties. So is it, if we gave him the building permit, then we haven't done it before?
No.
Meaning they had to plat it just because he's non-conforming. Why I'm saying that, Jason, is because he's gonna add on to a house he has. He has a ranch. He's not by any neighbors at that time, if I'm correct. Sounds like from reading his outline that the neighbors aren't having issues with it. The main thing is, if we did this, why would it make a difference from any other variance that we've done before?
Right, so the zoning ordinance states that you can only have one principal residence, principal use on your property, which would be 1 home, and currently he has 2. If we expanded that use, then we would be in direct violation of the zoning ordinance. So right now, if he replats this, that's the way ahead. I mean, we've explained to the property owner and the surveyor multiple occasions, this is the way ahead.
But you have 2 residences already on there. The one residence he wants to expand because he would change that residence use from grandfathering in to non-conforming to basically having to conform with the new rules.
Correct, which he could
Commissioner
not do.
Hadcock, would it be, would you like Mr. Davis, he has a speaker request form, would you want him to speak?
Yeah, I was just making
Mr.
sure
Chair.
Jason and me, basically, I'm having a hard time not giving an addition to a house, even though it's grandfathered in, Jason, then putting a whole new house in there.
So basically, if this is approved, anybody with any property in the county can come in and ask for the same variance because there's no hardship on the property, just like there would be for nobody else in the county. They could come in and ask for a second residence and expect that the board would approve 2 residences on 1 lot.
Without being platted.
Correct.
So, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, Jason, just based on what you just said, then you're saying the commission can give no variance to the current ordinance on anything. That's how I interpret that.
If there was a physical hardship, if there is an actual physical hardship, and in this case, there is none.
Right, but I do know that the commission has approved these before when there's not been a hardship. We just did one about, on a setback, not on dual residences, but we just gave a variance to a setback earlier, and we gave a variance to a setback, up on a property, I don't know, on more than one occasion, but a couple of months ago, 3 months ago or so. So anyway, that comes down to, I would like to hear from Mr. Davis on the property.
Commissioner Roskinek, did you want to hear from
Thank
Mr.
you. I
Davis
just got
first,
a,
or- Go ahead.
so the property we're talking about is I look at the larger unit. It's historically been the Reeder Ranch. It's one of the most historic properties in this part of the Black Hills. And there's just a lot of history behind this property. So there again, I go tangible, intangible. Well, the hardship could be, why make them go through the planning process, although we could do that, but the then result's going to be the end result without putting the hardship of them going that extra mile, because I believe this is always going to be the Reeder Ranch. It's what's screwing this up is just the way the property lines happen to fall. So looking at the historical significance of this property, that's where I'm going to probably support it.
Mr. Davis, Ron? Davis?
Chair,
Yeah,
if I could.
Yeah,
So
go ahead and speak as you.
This would not be the appropriate mechanism to do this. It would be more appropriate to bring this back as a variance request rather than directing the planning director to sign this building permit application. That is circumventing the variance process.
Okay. Mr. Davis, did you understand what he just said too?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm just trying to get this done for these guys. It's going to cost $4,000 or $5,000 to do a plat, and it's unnecessary. All they're adding is a little bit to that house. It's a big ranch. It's out in the middle of nowhere. No neighbors are complaining. There's no problems. I would just like to see this get approved now and get it done so they can get on with their construction for their daughter that's coming. So, if there's any way we can do that.
So I'm in agreement with moving this forward, but it has to be moved forward with the variance like everybody else. This is just basically move to deny the appeal of the planning director's decision. So what comes next is they apply for the variance.
Okay.
And then we move forward on it.
Commissioner Durr?
Yeah, and I'm sure it's in here, but just for clarification, the setback, I'm looking, Jordan, can you pull up the government lot 6, and it's got the diagram? It's on there as well. I'm just looking at a different one. That one right there.
Yeah.
So the adjacent property, government lot 6, then is owned by Doffenbaugh?
Yeah, so that whole thing is,
all right,
that whole area out there.
Yeah.
I also would like some time to go look at it if I could as well, so.
So, Mr. Davis, you understand what we're requesting you to
Yeah,
do?
we can
Come
submit
back
a
with a
variance
variance.
request.
How much does a variance cost, Jason? Or do we have to approve the
That's
variance to come forward,
10,000.
or-
Is not.
The variance is 10,000.
Tell us the procedure,
10,000?
Jason, which we have to move forward to do a variance or.
Commissioner Durr is going to pay it. So
Good.
Don't worry.
I thought he might.
He'll sell one of his nice dogs. or
Brittany, you want to
horses.
tell us the process? Or
Sure.
Tyler?
Well, there's a couple of things on this because it's a use issue and a setback issue. So you would have to get a variance to allow an ADU larger than 700 feet. Then you'd have to get a variance to the setback as well. And then they'd have to have a conditional use permit for the second residence. So those would be all of the processes to actually make it legal and in conformance with our zoning ordinance.
So he has to pay a fee for every one of those?
Correct.
Yep.
And how much is that?
Each one of them is $500 plus the notices.
The main thing too is to make it right, guys, because if you don't and somebody else buys it or something else happens, you want to make it right now.
No, I get it. We want to make it
Following the
right, but I
process.
just can't see.
We're going to have more in fees than the cost of the survey. We're getting there, not yet. But
Yes, but everybody else has to
Getting
do
caught.
that
I know,
in
I
order to
know.
make
I've-
it conforming, Mr. Davis. Not because you want to do anything bad, and we want to get these people so they find the solution.
There
But
you
the
go.
main thing is that if anything comes up again on this property, it's all legal.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah, we want it to be legal. So how do we move forward?
Brittany?
Brittany, how do we move forward to give him
As
a
long,
chance?
I guess I'm hearing that you're all going to support, if we do these 3 variances or
That's where
whatever,
I'm
you're
coming
all
from.
willing
Yeah.
to support that, and we'll get this
Or,
done.
or you could just pay the fees and we'll collect the money and then deny it when it comes forward.
Okay.
So Brittany, tell us how we move these people
So
forward.
it would either
based-
require 2 variances and a conditional use permit or a plating.
All right.
Okay, let's do so what's the motion today to move that forward?
Move to deny without prejudice, and then he would have to go through the office and go through the proper processes to meet the zoning ordinance requirements.
Okay, that'd be my motion.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Hadcock and a second from Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carried to deny. You just got to come back with, if you see Brittany, she's more than willing to help you get this
Yeah,
figured out, Ron.
Mr.
They just
Chair.
want you to, they want you to do it right so that you don't have a problem in the future. Because if you're not here, or we're not here, then.
No, I'm looking for a solution too, so
Yep,
this will
and
do
that's,
it.
that's really what Brittany and Jason will do for you, so it's
Thank
just
you.
sometimes getting
Thank you,
there.
Mr. Davis.
All right.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I have one more question for Brittany.
Brittany, Miss Brittany.
I'm not sure what the timeline is when he brings that back, but Mr. Chair, I would like a presentation by the planning department on that specific zoning ordinance related to what we're just talking about, to review the second residence and that type of thing and what the compliance is.
So the second residence, so every zoning district has a principal use requirement, and a single-family residence is a principal use. So the only districts that allow two principal uses on a property are commercial and industrial that allow more than one principal use. So any other zoning district requires one
Yeah.
principal use. So two residences would be two principal uses on a property. So we do allow a secondary residence as an accessory dwelling unit, which has a max of 700 square feet, which
Correct.
this structure is over the 700 square feet.
Yeah.
So,
And again, I'm just going to bring it up. So I would still like to see it come forward and give a little bit of history as to, in an agricultural district, when was that implemented, et cetera. And the reason I'm saying that is because, you get out into a rural area and you want to put a second piece of property, have it, your family live there. And I know the ranch hand exemption, the mother-in-law thing, all of that, but when you want to have your family on your place, and it might be convenient to have in a rural community out in the middle of nowhere, it might be convenient to have, another residence close based on utilities and, I'm talking water, wells and sewer, et cetera. And what we're requiring then is them to go ahead and plat off a separate piece to have that, residents out there. Anyways, just something that I would like to see come forward, talk about that zoning and that requirement and what the history is on that.
okay, I would suggest one way to do that, if you're looking at it from a ranching perspective and an agricultural perspective, that we change the ranch hand residence requirements. That would probably be more appropriate, I believe, to meet what you're requesting, instead of it being a mobile structure, having it being, they could
I
have
think
a
we can-
second
Once you
permanent
put that
structure.
presentation together, we'll have
Right.
that
Yeah.
conversation.
So that would be
Right.
a
And
possible
that's-
way
Right
forward.
now.
That's the talking point on some of that. And I know it's been around a long time, but in the rural area, it does become a conundrum for some of those individuals. And again, we just did that exemption up on the merchant property because there were discussion about the, and let's take away the 40 home rule. But again, I know that's a different district up there zoning wise, but in the agricultural one, if you could bring that information back with that recommendation.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brittany, and then we'll need a motion to come out of.
Second.
We have a motion from Hadcock, and a second from Durr to come out of the Board of Adjustments. So all in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Vacation, number E, vacation line and right-of-way. Phyllis Cole to vacate approximately 400 feet of section line right-of-way.
Morning again, Commissioners.
Mr. Jason, you have
Dennison,
the floor,
Assistant
sir.
Planning Director. Agenda item E is vacation of section line right-of-way, COVSL 26-0001, to vacate approximately 400 feet of section line right-of-way in sections 29 and 32. Applicant is Phyllis Cole. Their surveyor is Marty Coast. Location is near 11950 Reno Gulch Road. Property is zoned agriculture district. It is surrounded by Forest Service. As you can see on this map, this is the Exhibit A that the surveyor submitted. So you can see this portion of section line here that they're trying to vacate. Staff did verify that the petition requirements of Codified Law 3136 were verified. The request was sent out for interdepartmental review. County Highway stated that the highway is typically opposed to vacating section line rights of way, but our department has no comment in the Forest Service being on both sides. Forest Service commented also, the Forest Service does not recognize section lines on federal land, therefore we would not oppose the application for vacation as it would not affect access or management activities on federal land. With that, again, staff did verify the petition requirements were met. The U.S. Forest Service and County Highway do not oppose the request, so if approved, staff does recommend that one condition.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek.
So on your petition, how many signatures were needed for this? Because you only got the landowner and you got the Forest Service.
It was just the one for the property owner.
Okay.
Because she had both
Approval.
sides of the right-of-way.
Ron?
But if there was another property owner that was adjacent to that, then
It would have
you
been
would need
two-thirds.
those
Correct.
two private property owners and the Forest Service?
It would have just been the two property owners. Yeah,
Okay.
the Forest Service doesn't recognize section lines, so they're not required.
But it's a majority of the neighboring properties. If, just a different example.
Right, yep, so 2/3 of the adjacent property owners
Okay,
would
that
have to
was,
sign
yeah.
the petition. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So, Commissioner Hadcock.
I'll
So
second
move
the
approval
motion.
based on Forest Service and Highway agreeing.
I think the highway was a no comment.
He said the highway was actually in agreement. I thought you said he
They
was.
said they do not oppose the request.
There you go. Neither does the Forest Service, so I move approval.
And I'll
We have a
second.
motion and a second. A motion from Hadcock, second by Roskinek. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Move on to the next item, F.
Agenda item F is preliminary plan COPPL 26-0004 to subdivide and create Lot 1 and Lot 2 of Livermont subdivision. The applicant is Tom Livermont. DC Scott is his surveyor. Location of the property is 15350 Dawkins Road. It is currently zoned residential district. So this is the criteria that we went through the layout plan process with. You can see all the criteria moving forward. They're checked yes. What the applicant is proposing to do is split the lot and create Lot 1, which would be 2.7 acres, and Lot 2 would be 2.79 acres. The applicant has applied for a special use permit because there is going to be a garage on proposed Lot 2. That would be the principal use on that. So he's also applied for a comprehensive plan amendment and a rezone, which will be heard at the very next items. Prior to the
F, G,
final
and H
plat,
are
the
all-
applicant is going to need to obtain a setback variance for the detached garage because he had to dedicate right-of-way to Dawkins Road, which created a setback issue. That'll be heard at a future board meeting. With that, staff finds no issues with the applicant's request as it appears to be in harmony with existing lots and land uses in the area. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Entertain a motion.
Move approval with 10 conditions. Is that my own right one? Yes.
Second.
Motion from Hadcock, second by Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then item G is related. Motion on item G.
Going to make a motion to approve comprehensive plan amendment COCA 26-0003.
Second.
Motion from Durr, second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
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 And item H.
Going to make a motion to approve rezone CORZ 26-001.
Second.
A motion from Durr, second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. Additional use permit, Highline Horse and RV Camp, TK Campground. Miss Brittany, you have the floor.
This item is Highline Horse and RV Campground, TK Ranch LLC, Timothy and Kim McGriff. They are in the audience. It's to allow a horse and RV campground on the subject property in a commercial zoning district. This property is along Highway 385. The Planning Commission did approve this with 33 conditions. When considering conditional uses, we consider 7 criteria. They are up on the screen. The property will consist of, they are requesting 13 RV and horse campsites, one of which will be a residence or manager site. Each of those will have a corral. They will have a community water system and a well. They'll have electricity and water at each of the campsites. They will have a common dump site, like an RV dump site. It's on that north side of the property near the approach exiting the property. This was routed around for interdepartmental review. There were no significant concerns with the applicant's request. During the Planning Commission meeting, there was significant public comment regarding this request and concerns with safety on Highway 385. This was originally sent out to the DOT when they did a rezone and comprehensive plan amendment. They did that back in November, December of this year. They rezoned this property to a commercial zoning district to allow this RV and campsite and horse site. They did this prior to requesting this CUP. They did get the approach approved by the South Dakota Department of Transportation, and that was part of the reason that the rezone request was approved. This board did approve that rezone request. With that, again, staff is recommending approval, and the Planning Commission did concur with 33 conditions.
Thank you. And so do we have comments from the commission? I have a,
Mr. Chair.
I have some, I have 3.
I got
Just go ahead, Commissioner Roskinek.
So just taking into consideration safety and the neighbors' concerns relative to safety on what they call dead man's, whatever that curve is, I asked that someone from the South Dakota DOT be here so we can get some answers from the state relative to any, if they have any concerns. So is there anybody here from South Dakota DOT?
They are here, yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we had some representation from the state. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, they've approved this ahead of time because we had this conversation at planning and zoning that the DOT approved the approach. It's built to their standards. So if that comes up, then they can answer that question. But I'm going to go through the speaker request forms so we can, some of them aren't marked whether they're opposed or not, so I'll just go through them, and I'm assuming that they're opposed. So we'll start with John Henderson. If you're in here, John, you come forward and we'll get 3 minutes, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Henderson. I live at 24048 South Highway 385, and I represent our family partnership. My first question is probably going to answer a lot of my second questions, or third, or fourth, or fifth, whatever. The question I have is, why were the nearby landowners not notified?
Okay, we had this question on Planning Commission, and then, Brittany, can you explain the rules for notifying and for notifying when they rezone? So everybody can understand that too. We put his time on hold for me. Thank you.
Sure, all the properties within 500 feet are notified. We did review that notification process following the Planning Commission meeting because there were some concerns, and those notices were sent out by certified mail.
Next question, sir. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so, yeah, no, it does not.
500 feet is the rule.
What, 500 feet? Yep. Okay, then I suppose we missed that by just a little bit.
Next
I don't know
question,
about
please.
the other adjacent landowners or whatever. Okay, so so a lot of the questions that I have are because I'm new to this deal. I wasn't even aware this was happening. So I guess the next question, I'll go to my number 2. So is there anyone here from the Game Fish and Parks? No. Okay, so I guess, the Mickelson Trail, they're going to access the Mickelson Trail off of this property, is my understanding. I'm not certain. Now, I know Commissioner Roskinek uses the trail, rides his bike on the trail, but I think the Game Fish and Park should be involved in this process.
I think, John, to answer your question, this came up in Planning Commission also too. Horses are allowed on the Mickelson Trail.
I understand.
So if that's your concern, And if people do enter Mickelson Trail illegally or whatever, that is not the county's deal, that is the Game Fish and Parks.
I understand that, but I believe that the county.
Nothing to do with us approving this or denying.
I understand that, but I believe that this commission should consider that before they.
I don't know what you would want us to consider, so maybe.
Consider the
narrow that
safety. Consider the safety on the Mickelson Trail.
What would?
And the fact that there are 50% of the people on the trail do not have a trail pass. Then the access onto the trail from this property, I don't know what the Game Fish and Parks does with that.
Like you said, that's the Game Fish and Parks, so that
Okay.
won't be on us. Your next question?
Okay, well, I just want to make a comment. So the safety and the signing on the Mickelson Trail is old and decrepit, and it's faded, and in places it's gone. And the people on the trail do not follow the rules. And I understand, my short little bit of research I've done is that horses always have the right of way. And then bicycles, I think, have the second right of way, and pedestrians, I think, have the third. I'm not sure exactly the rotation. But you have dogs that are not on a leash, that are supposed to be on a leash. You got those e-bikes that go 30 miles an hour. You're going to put horses on the trail, however many it might be, but obviously additional horses. Okay, so I understand that this is not within the county's. I just think the county should consider it, and I think the Game Fish and Parks should have been involved in this.
We won't, and the Game Fish and Parks they're on their own. They don't have nothing to do with what we're doing here.
Okay.
We have nothing to do with what they're doing.
All right. So then I guess you won't be able to answer to me whether the horses are going to be allowed to go down the sidewalk in front of the train.
No, I won't be able to answer that for you.
Okay. I guess then I'll skip through the rest of those. My next question is, and I think it was answered, are they going to have an on-site wastewater treatment system? Or are they just going to have a holding tank to dump the RVs?
I think,
Mr.
I
Chair.
think they're going to have an old.
They can answer it when they come up.
So in
Mr. Rusnick.
there's 33 conditions tied to this, John. and
Okay.
Conditions 16 through 22 address the manure, that is the removal of the manure, the capacity of the holding tank in the process for pumping that tank. It's all addressed in conditions 16 through 22.
Okay. I'll read that. Like I said, I was new to this. I only just found out about
That's
this.
fine. And your time is up, so we'll move on to the next person. So thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank
Yep,
you for your
and-
service.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to come up here. We understand it. Representative Tim Goodwin, you're up to bat. Got 3 minutes, sir.
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm Representative Tim Goodwin. My district is in this area right here. I have Fall River County, Custer County, and rural Pennington. And the commission, you kind of, my light just went off when you said that the Mickelson Trail is Game Fish and Parks jurisdiction. I have been working with them on stuff. Getting back to 385, I did send a note over to Joel Juntas, the Department of Transportation Secretary, and he's going to put some flashing lights in there and do some stuff temporarily. If needed, they're going to put something in their purpose. So he's already aware, so there's nothing that the county has to do on that. But that Mickelson Trail, I mean, it is a political hot potato. Taffy Howard and I did a bill last year trying to get it so they can't drive 40 miles an hour down the trail, and I think one day I got 1,000 emails and she got 1,500. I mean, it was like, it just shuts you down. So, I mean, that's a big issue. And you can respect the residents that live alongside there, too, because that's kind of sacred property. And I was with George Mickelson when we were going to open the trail. I took him along it, and he did not want horses not to be allowed, so that's not the issue here. But it's not your jurisdiction. It just came clear to my head, so I guess I'll sit down.
No, but I appreciate your involvement in it because the flashing light was something that came up at the Planning Commission, but we had no control over that, so
right.
You took care of that. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Anything
because
I
they
can do.
do have a problem no matter what happens with that road being
Yeah, well,
backed
I
up.
appreciate all you guys do. It's a difficult job. I don't think you get the credit you should get, but I really appreciate everything you do.
I just go to say that I've never had a trouble getting a hold of you on an issue, on a state issue.
Call me anytime. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jeff Hoover? Mr. Jeff, if you're here. And try not to repeat the same questions if you can, Jeff, so we can respect your time. So if you have a different question. Thank you. Give us your
Morning.
name, Jeff.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Hoover. I live nearby on Dead Broke Street. Several of my neighbors and friends wanted to be here to speak today, but due to illness or business obligations, they cannot be here. My neighbors and friends have expressed serious concerns on how having a commercial horse operation on the Mickelson Trail will impact public safety. This is a very busy part of the trail, and many families with children and mothers with babies and strollers use this portion of the trail. They are concerned about the safety of how having a commercial horse operation is going to impact the trail used by families, bikes, and how this will impact nearby commerce in Hill City. I'm not an expert on those matters, but I am a retired law enforcement officer, and I have training in highway and public safety. My concerns are the location of this business near the blind curve just south of Dead Broke Street. This was just recently changed from residential to business. I've witnessed people die in traffic accidents on this road and on that curve. And this curve is dangerous. That is why I wrote this board a letter yesterday, and I hope all y'all have had a chance to review it. And I hope you will please consider what I said in that letter. This project is being rushed. I don't want to see anyone else die there. Please read my letter. The South Dakota Department of Transportation needs to do a safety study on this road during the summer, not during the dead of winter. If you do a safety study there at Sturgis in November and December, it's not busy. You go there in the summer when this business is going to be open, Sturgis or Hill City, it is extremely busy. That study they did in November and December is not accurate. Until they do an accurate study during the summer, this board will not have a full and accurate picture of how this will impact public safety. And the board's decision needs to be delayed, or if you must make a decision today, it must be denied. For the safety of my friends and neighbors, I don't want to see anybody else die there. I have blood in my hands. I don't want to ever see that again. That curve is dangerous. They need to fix that area, but until that's done, this board should delay it. The study is done. Please delay your decision until they can do an accurate study. Please review my letter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move to Mr. Dale Ludens, if you're in the, thank you.
Yeah, hi, my name is Dale Ludens. I live at 24100 Dead Broke Street, right off of 385. I'm going to speak about the safety concerns again. I know you've already talked about, but I'd like to bring some things up, and I prepared this, so I'd like to say it. I have two main concerns with the proposed campground. They both center around public safety, highway safety and trail safety. We are the first resident on Dead Broke Street adjacent to the Mickelson Trail. We have lived there since 1986. Our family has had 3 incidents since that time at the intersection of Dead Broke Street and Highway 385, adjacent to Dead Man's Curve. Everyone but for the grace of God were near misses of an accident with fatalities. I could go into details about that, but I'm not going to do that. These accidents happen because of the blind curve at this location and the inability of drivers to see what is ahead of them until the last minute. Traffic is often stacked and stopped because of turning requirements. The location of the proposed campground and the proximity to this curve presents a similar dangerous situation. Horse campers often travel in caravans, and the potential for stacking southbound traffic while a pickup and trailer are stopped because of oncoming northbound traffic in the busy summer months presents the same blind corner hazard. And now we have a dangerous highway situation on both sides of this curve. There have been fatalities at the curve, one of the most recently I personally witnessed, and there have been many close calls unreported. Now, on the matter of trail safety, I know you don't seem to care about that, but this is an issue that affects public safety, and that's what I think the county commissioners ought to be all about. My wife and I are retired. We see the trail only feet from our dining room table or front porch. We see a lot of activity on the trail during the summer months because there is one campground on the outskirts of Hill City and 2 more campgrounds 2 miles south. We see mothers pushing baby carriages, young kids on strider bikes, moms and dads towing a cart with babies in tow. We also see elderly groups of walkers and bikers, not to mention individuals walking on the trail. There are also numerous marathon and walk-run events on this stretch of trail. This is a very popular stretch of the Mickelson Trail. I am a horseman and I have been around horses all my life. I can tell you that the trail on this stretch is narrow, meeting people, bicycle, groups of people, and occasional electric-powered contraptions that my horse had never seen close up was upset with the potential of spooking. That is the nature of horses. In the event of being spooked, a horse wants to run. The rider tends to control him with a lot of unintended movement. I am concerned with the safety of the above-mentioned people who walk on the trail when this happens. There is no place to escape. Especially with large groups of horses, this kind of behavior is contagious. I know you will say that the trail allows horses, and I don't disagree with that. The concern should be that the number and groups of horses on the trail where the horses and riders may be unseasoned. It isn't the individual horse or two, it is the intensity of horses on this trail because of the horse camp and the number of potential riders in its proximity to the trail.
Your time is up, I'm sorry, you're over. I just want to ask you one question. Do you ride your horse on the trail?
Yes.
Okay, so then, the trail was made to ride horses on, right? I mean, and you mentioned that we don't care. That's not the case. We don't control the Mickelson Trail. That's our position.
I know, but
on
if you...
Whether we care, but we do care about safety. Most of our decisions are made upon that. So that being said, we're going to go to the next person. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Darrell Sullivan. Darrell, you'll have 3 minutes. Try to keep it to that.
Morning. I'm Darrell Sullivan. We live at 24120 Dead Brook Street. We're about 1,500 feet downstream. And my biggest concern is just the quality of the water. If I'm finding debris in the creek, what is my recourse? Am I obligated to clean it up, clean the horse poops up? That's my biggest concern. It's just making sure that the water quality stays good. Has DENR, do they have any input in this at all?
I think they do. They probably do. They all have different input into it. So I think you'll find that if it does get approved, that Mr. McGriff will work with you on anything that you have a concern with, if you just ask him. So
that's the biggie.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I think you'll find that he'll be very compliant to you. Okay. Mr. McGriff, you're up next. Maybe you can address that question too. Do you want to speak? Yeah, I need you to come up here, Tim. Okay. You got 3 minutes to speak, or if you just want to answer the question or whatever.
I'll answer that question.
If you go to the mic and then just tell who you are.
Good morning, Commissioners, and Gary, for showing up on your vacation. But the answer to that is that pasture, that 6.52 acres, had cows and horses on it before we purchased it in the recent years that were allowed to roam free, cross that creek, stand in the creek. We've done extensive, I hired one of the best flood mitigation firms out there, Indigo. All of our property, none of it is going to flow towards the creek. We're not going to be crossing the creek with horses, hopefully not. But our horses aren't going to be allowed to stand in the creek. The manure is going to be several hundred feet away from the creek. So the chance of any manure going into that creek, Darrell, is very slim. So, and we have a very stringent cleanup process. And as I want to address the trail also, everyone that comes there is going to get a packet of the trail rules, what is expected. I know there was people falsely saying that there was going to be 50 horses at our camp. We got 12 sites plus ours. If my back doesn't get healed up, I probably won't be riding, but that's only 2 horses per spot. So it's, the most that we could have on there is going to be 26 horses, not 50 horses. So anyways, I'll save the rest of my time.
You want to stand for some questions, because the
Sure.
commission might have some questions for you, so I'll look to the commission or look for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I got a, well, number one, I'd like to see someone from South Dakota DOT come up and get their perspective on the safety. And then Brittany, I got a question for you relative to the water quality. So
we'll have the.
So my question would be, can we do you were part of the Spring Creek Watershed Committee, and I was too. So we did a lot of samples. So could we do a sample if this gets approved at the end of the property? So we have a base level of fecal or whatever. And then if something happens in the future and neighbors got concerned, we can go back and say, this is what it was before it started. So we got some kind of a baseline.
So as part of that project, I do know that the DANR has sampling sites along Spring Creek, because they do that for part of their water quality study, and they have to look at it for their TMDLs. And I can look at where they are in that process. And I have talked to Mr. McGriff about that, about the buffer and the plantings, and making sure that there's, adequate things, and he has been amenable to that. And there are a lot of willows along that area and that stretch of the creek, which is a good thing for mitigation for water quality. So I can certainly look into that, but I know that that project was part of that. There was a lot of plantings and a lot of buffering done as part of that, and I did speak with Mr. McGriff about that, and we did talk about that. So I do believe that with that assessment, there is a small channel that's even prior to the creek that will mitigate some of that as well. And there is quite a bit of buffer. And as long as that stays vegetated and there's willows through there, that should be ample mitigation, which would be reasonable for a water quality perspective.
I just wanted to share that with the audience.
So you want to have the DOT fellow
I'd
come
just like
forward?
to see what their perspective is.
If you don't
on
mind,
this.
would you come forward and just give us your perspective? I know you guys approved this approach, so it was one of the points of contention at the Planning Commission, and I know you don't just give away approaches on your highways, so, but go ahead.
You'll have to bear with me. I'm losing my voice here. But,
sorry about that.
So my name is Bruce Schroeder. Thank you for having us. My name is Bruce Schroeder. I'm the Custer Area Engineer out of the Custer Area Office. And when we review approach permits, what we look at is site distance, proximity to other approaches, and crash history primarily. This meets our site distance criteria by quite a bit. And there are significant crashes around Dead Brook Avenue, as mentioned before. And, but none of them, or not none of them, most of them were not related to actual turning movement. So with those things considered, and this being the only access to the property, we approve the access.
So if there's, other than, someday that'll probably, that could be reconstructed, I'm assuming. If I measured right, where that dead man's corner, there's over 200 feet of right-of-way right there. That potential reconstruction could happen in the future, but in the meantime, there's other means relative to safety, such as signage and lighting and signage would be some other, and then the speed limit, of course, too.
Yeah. As mentioned before, we did a review this winter on spacing, is all we looked at. And this summer, as mentioned before, we looked to do a safety review of that whole corridor, including about a mile south too. So we may consider some of those other alternatives there too, with the signing and whatever.
Sure. Okay. Thank you for
coming. Commissioner Hadcock, did you have a question for Bruce, or I'm gonna let him sit down and take care of his voice?
No, Bruce, I just appreciate that, the health safety in that area, that you have looked at that, and you wouldn't have gave a approach just because somebody wanted one. You have to go through the process just like anybody else, and it sounds like you have agreed with that, so I'm in agreement. I also believe in the DENR, that riparian area that Brittany's talking about, that whole creek. You have many RV parks and stuff in that area, so it wasn't really a question for you, sir, but I just appreciate your expertise on that approach to make sure that there's a safety issue there, and that the DNR would not let Mr. McGriff have a permit if there was a health safety there as well. Again, in that area, there is many other campgrounds that have like 96 campground or RV spots and camping areas and different stuff. This is like 13. So I respect his property rights. I respect he went through the process like he was supposed to, and I'm in full agreement of moving this forward. Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Durr might, Bruce, hang on a second.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion to approve conditional use permit COCU 26-006 with 33 conditions.
Second.
I have a motion from Durr and a second by Hadcock. Commissioner Drews, I'm sorry, did you have any questions? You're just like a little blip up there.
No, I'm good with it. I listened to everything. I agree with the motion they made.
Okay, perfect. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay, motion, all opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. So thank you for the DOT. I tell you, I worked extensively with the DOT on some of my own projects and stuff. And you guys, I mean, the way you build the roads, the way you handle it, I appreciate it. You guys are far superior.
Thank you for that comment, appreciate it.
Yep.
Yes, you guys.
So is Rich enjoying retirement?
Thank you.
He's partially retired, he's at the Forest Service, so
Okay.
we still get to see him once in a while.
Tell him we said hi.
Okay, will do, thank you.
Move on to the next item up for bids here. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Thank you, Legislator Mr. Goodwin, for getting that
Thank you,
lights
Tim.
in there. 10J. So we're on. I'm sorry, somebody. Bring up car. Okay, we're on
J.
We're on J?
Yes.
10J, oh, yeah, we got the ordinance guy up here, so let's do this, and this is a nuisance ordinance from David Carr. Is he here today? Go ahead, Dwayne, you have the floor, sir.
Good morning, Commission. Dwayne Allen from Pennington County Planning and Zoning Ordinance Enforcement. Mr. Carr is here. I'd like to go over the presentation first, if you would allow that. We have,
This is Hamlin Court.
yes, sir, on Hamlin Court.
Is this right off Twilight then?
Yes, off of Plateau, Twilight Plateau in Hamilton.
Okay, that's one of the,
It's a cul-de-sac.
was this guy here once before, or?
No.
David, you're right there, okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Okay, perfect, okay.
Yeah,
Well, go ahead,
Mr. Chair.
Dwayne, you have the,
Mr. Chair, just a comment. I'm just going to say, yeah, this was brought to our attention in the spring of '25.
okay, spring of 25, okay. So now we're a year later? Okay.
So we have COVO 22-0112. Property is filled with totes, yard debris, and just miscellaneous items. David Carr is the owner, tax ID 899, and resides at 4721 Hamilton Court, 1 acre. It is zoned SDR1, is a residential lot, no flood hazard. This is an aerial view that was taken off the computer as of October 8th, 2025. You can see all the debris along the edges, the driveway, the front. Better picture of the front yard. Just a couple more pictures. I did talk with Harvey Jerome on this property too, just because of the safety that it deals with the firefighters if something were to happen at this property. So him and the fire department would be aware of it.
What's it look like most recently, Dwayne? So we have a point of reference now, we can see, because he's been notified on several occasions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And nothing's been done?
And I know Mr. Carr came in probably about 3 weeks ago, I believe it was, a month ago, and asked for a little bit more time. We discussed then if he could get the carport or the garage area, parking area cleaned up, that we could do some substantial cleanup. We would look at postponing this. Went back out there last week, took another look, and that did not happen, so that's why we are.
Well, Mr. Carr, we're going to allow you to say what you need to say. I mean, you've been notified on several occasions, and the county's getting a lot of feedback from this particular property, and you know, you're in violation of the ordinances that you've been told, and we are looking today at referring your case to the state's attorney's office. So, I mean, what is your expectation, David? I mean,
Well, if I have to hire somebody to help me out, I'm gonna ask for help from someone to get everything done, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I may have to hire somebody to help.
I mean,
Move.
yeah, obviously you keep bringing stuff in there. You need more help than that? Do you need, I mean, you see that it's a problem?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna refer you probably to the state's attorney's office today because we've spent over a year trying to mitigate this. I'll look for the commission for some direction here. Obviously, David understands this is a problem. Can't keep bringing stuff in there, David, okay? I mean, that may be something beyond what we can help you with, but.
Chair, if I may have one moment too. Also, in your packets, I did have a contractor come out and take a look at this property just to give us an idea of what it would cost to clean it up. And his bid was $14,000.
Okay.
Just so everyone is aware of that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ruskin.
Dwayne, can you expand on what that 14,000 would cover?
That would cover removal of everything on the outside of the house. Anything that's in totes, debris, boxes.
So would they work with the owner to determine if there's anything?
That's where it could get kind of difficult. I've worked with owners in the past to clean up properties on just my personal time. And
So then the 14,000, if we get a bill for 14,000, how's that work? Is it a lien on the property?
Yes, sir. It would go as in a lien against the property.
So when they sell the property, they just have to take care of that lien?
It would go in with the taxes is what I am understanding that would have to be paid.
Yeah, we can't do any assessments, we can only lien. So what would happen, David, if going forward, if we had somebody clean this up, then they would put a lien on your property for that amount of money to fix it. But obviously you keep bringing stuff in and so.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Commissioner Durr.
Yeah. Dwayne, you said you went out there. Do you have a current picture other than 23 and 25?
I don't know if I put one in your packet or not, but I did not put it on the presentation.
You got one, Jordan?
Last page, okay. Okay.
And that's
yes, that's
April
1st
1st. All right. So I think it might have been January, Mr. Carr, January or February. I think it might have been January of 25. Could have been that early. I think it was January, February. Do you remember me stopping out and having a conversation with you while you were unloading stuff out of your pickup?
I think so.
Yeah, because we talked about the fact that some of the neighbors were concerned and, you know, that we had to act on the nuisance and just having a conversation about, you know, trying to clean up the property. When you're giving that estimate, Dwayne, I'm assuming then what you're talking about is everything in the front, not in the back, or is that everything?
That to me I was told that is everything.
Everything? All right.
And wherein lies a little bit of the catch in there that when they come in and bid on that, being that it is everything, it doesn't allow the owner to try to hold things back and keep. So everything that is there would be considered to be taken out, if I'm not mistaken, by what I've been told by the state's attorney. And
all right,
if we refer this to Tyler, do you have a minute? Come forward, please.
Mr. Chair, I just got one question.
Commissioner,
are there any? I can't tell by the pictures. Is there any trailers, vehicles, campers involved, or is it just household belongings?
From everything I can see, it's just household belongings, totes,
and
miscellaneous items.
I want you to know, sir, that we're not going out there looking for this. What's happening is your neighbors, and if I was a neighbor, it's pulling their property value down. And so, you know, that's their concern. And there's also that safety element in there too. But
so I'm
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Durr.
Okay. So I believe this might be the we changed our process, and we asked planning when they had these issues to bring in front of the commission, because we had a process wherein they were going through the state's attorney's office to abate some of these, and some of these have been tied up in the court system for multiple years. And I think it was about a month ago that maybe you brought your first one to the commission based on this change that we made and how these would come in front of the commission. And that gentleman, we gave them, without referring it to the state's attorney's office, we gave them 60 days to clean up that property. And so what I would like to see us do, now that we've had a change in the weather, and to give Mr. Carr that 60 days that we did with the last gentleman that came forward, knowing that after that 60-day time frame that there's probably going to be action taken if you can't handle it yourself. So anyway, that's going to be my motion: find that the property owner is in violation of Pennington County ordinances, and to require the property owner to bring the property into full compliance within 60 days, or property may be abated and a lien placed on against the owner's property.
Second.
So that at the end of 60 days is automatically takes place?
Then yes, and then Dwayne would give us an update as to where we're at.
Does that make sense, Tyler? I mean, I have a speaker request form on this, so John Barley, are you here, John?
Chair, can I speak first before John
Yeah.
does?
Yeah, go
Give
ahead.
me a sec, John. So, Mr. Carr, you have an understanding on what's happening. You have to have your property cleaned up in within 60 days.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's going to cost you $14,000
Yes.
to have somebody else clean it up. Sounds like there's a person in the audience that didn't know that was from your church that might be willing to help. Maybe there's other areas that you can find some help for cleanup. That way you don't get liened, that way you can clean up that property. And also your neighbors, I don't think they have anything personally against you, except that for their properties in their area, it needs to look a lot better than it does. So
Yeah.
there's got to be some change, sir, because it's been about 4 years, actually, that they started this process. So there's got to be some personal responsibility from you moving this forward, and maybe asking for help from others and not having to do it yourself. And you get 60 days, and the weather, hopefully, because it's nicer out, will make you so you can get in compliance within that 60 days, sir. That's what I'm hoping for, instead of having us have to basically lien you or cost you $14,000, when maybe your church or other people can help you, sir.
Yeah.
Hey,
I do-
John?
I do have some friends that would have said that they would help,
Okay.
get things cleaned up.
Okay, because it's been about 4 years, sir, so we're just asking for compliance within 60 days, so that doesn't happen, because that's not counterintuitive of what we like to do to people. But your neighbors are just, there's a health safety for your neighbors as well as yourself, sir.
Yes.
John, you could come forward, and then I'll just give your name, and then you can go ahead and comment, John.
John Barley, Rapid Valley, Dave's neighbor. I guess I would say don't give them the 60 days. We've been involved in this long enough. If that's what you guys will do, I'll go along with it. I think it's very important for him to understand that when we say clean up, we don't mean reorganize it. Right now, he's moving everything to the back of the house. This needs to be cleaned up. He needs to understand it needs to be gone. And there's no room in the house. I'm pretty sure of that. So I think that's our biggest issue right now, is he thinks if he's tidying it up, it's good to go, and it's really not.
Yeah, and I think that we've kicked that can down the road too far. Commissioner Durd had brought some items forward that we've been kicking the can down the road, and I think we're done kicking the can down the road. And I think we can't make it any clearer that this is what's gonna happen at the end of 60 days. This property's gonna be abated.
And he's, there's been plenty of people over there to help him from time to time, and honestly, they're overwhelmed by the whole thing. They might work there for a couple hours or something, and then they're gonna go, because his inability to eliminate the junk and process it and move it around the house, I think it just overwhelms them at that point too. So
I think that I'm hoping that maybe somebody in the audience or somewhere can understand that what we're dealing with here. I think Dave has more than just collecting issues, so I think that maybe we can reach out within the 60 days and find some assistance for Dave's thought process on how this needs to be taken care of, and I'm not the judge of that, so. Well, thanks, John. So we have a motion on the floor to abate this property in 60 days, is that correct? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thanks. Dave, you understand? $14,000. I mean, you're gonna have to change your mindset, sir. And I'm not a psychologist or anything, but I think you got some sort of a collecting issue going on there because you're having a hard time parting with this stuff. But understand that this is really wreaking havoc with your neighborhood. Do you understand that, David?
I do.
Appreciate it. You're a really nice guy, but we need to help take care of this, all right? All right, thanks. All right. Thank you, David. Have a good day. Item K, is this a public nuisance item too?
Yes, sir.
Olivia Peck? Okay, can you fill us in, David?
Okay.
Dwayne?
Again, Dwayne Allen, the Planning and Zoning Ordinance Enforcement Officer. We have county violation COVO 24009 for Miss Olivia Peck. Resides at 1685 DeGee Street, 7.72 acres, residential, no flood hazard. This one has also, this is a aerial view from July of 24. You can just see the debris that's laying around in here. There's been some more added since. Pictures from the road of all the stuff. I've had several phone calls with her, with I believe a lady who identified herself as her daughter that was there to help her out. Still nothing got removed. Then last time I talked to her, she had some people that moved a camper onto the property that were supposed to be living there to help her clear out the stuff. Campers aren't allowed to be used as residents either. We spoke about that and the camper needing to go. She said that was about 2 months ago. She said it would be taken off, and it has not. We're still back right where we are with the camper there. Last time it snowed, I went out, there was a shoveled path to the camper, so they are obviously still living there, and nothing has been done yet. I do not believe she is in the audience.
Okay, so we got the same.
Yeah,
issue
Mr.
here.
Chair.
Thank you.
I'm going to make a motion to find the property owner in violation of Pennington County Ordinance 106 and require the property owner to bring the property into full compliance within 60 days. Failure to comply may result in abatement of the property and placement of a lien against the property.
Discussion.
We have a motion from Durham, second by Hadcock.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on a sec.
Yep, we got some discussion here. Go ahead.
So what's the cost of this one? Did you find out?
I have not had this one abated. I didn't go in with a contractor to abate this one.
Okay, so we're not giving this one 60 days, we're just going?
No, we're giving it 60 days.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
that's what the
then-
motion is.
Then we'll send the property owner a notice how much it's going to cost if it's not cleaned up by then.
That's correct. After these meetings, I send all property owners the judgment from the board with what was decided and what they need to do and the timeline that they have to finish that up.
And Dwayne, how much it's going to cost them, and if you could email us that total as well, once you get that total, and you have to send it to the applicant.
Will do.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross,
A couple of things I wanted to point out. So, Mr. Barley, he lives next to Dave. His property is assessed at $327,000. And to live next door to that mess, I would almost think that he would have a case to go to the county assessor's office and have his value pulled down, because I can't believe that if he put that on the market, that would really drag down the value of that property.
I believe he was already in and had that done
Okay,
in the
and
appeals
then,
process, sir.
ironically enough, the property that we're talking about now is located 450 feet roughly from Dave's property. So is that a trend in this neighborhood, or?
We're talking the valley, sir. There could be cases all over.
I'm assuming there's a lot more out there.
I can tell you what's happened. It's, Dwayne has been doing his job, and we have failed to do the job as the commission. We were letting these things slide. I have no intention of letting these slide. It's got to stop, because I think it was Hamlin Court that sold the house next to it. They had to take a $25,000 price reduction. It was one of these houses out there, and it's crazy. We're not doing the one basic job we have. We have an ordinance in place. If we don't want the trash ordinance, then we should do away with it. I think you got a commitment, Dwayne, from the commission here that we're going to go forward with this. That's why you're bringing them forward. So this didn't happen overnight. This has been years. So we're gonna establish, we've established new rules. I think they're set in place, and we're gonna move forward and do the best we can to make this stuff happen. So to eliminate this, because you are correct. This is a direct health and safety issue for the neighbors in the community. And then to move a trailer onto the property after you asked them not to is just a smack in your face to go, because, and I understand why it happens, because nothing's been done in the past. So we're moving beyond that. So you can beat us up all you want, Dwayne. We'll get it, we'll take it, but we're moving forward.
I would like to let the board know that since we have put some of these rules in places, a lot of properties have started being cleaned up. People are just kind of doing it on their own, probably through word of mouth, hearing what's going on, what's expected. So I do appreciate that part of it, because that does help me out in the long run.
We don't want
So that definitely has helped set kind of a goal in some people to get things done.
Thanks, Dwayne.
Excuse me.
So
And
we have a
just
motion on the
finished-
floor for 60 days, the same as the other one. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thanks, Dwayne. If we fall asleep on this, it's your job to come up here and tell us, remind us what I said.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Dwayne, did you have a follow comment? You were going to say something else.
My follow-up comment that I have on this, excuse me one second, is for the board's view on the ones that we've had passed, the 60 days is up today. How do you want that presented before the board on what the cleanup has been? Where do we go from now? One of them I feel we can close. The other guy needs a little more time.
Right. So again, bring those back in front, and then, when you want to take action on something, come back with what Commissioner Hadcock said, tell us what it's going to cost so we can act on it.
Okay.
Make sure you got
One of the
current
two
pictures.
cases is ready to close.
I like the baseline pictures, but make sure you got up-to-date pictures too, as close to the date as you can, so. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne.
Thanks, Dwayne. Thanks, Miss Brittany.
Jason?
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Jason Tennyson, Assistant Planning Director. Just as a follow-up on that, those cases will be heard at the next board meeting.
Okay.
So you'll get a presentation on those
There you go, Dwayne.
at that point.
You got it.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate you guys.
L, dead end road system, Pennington County dead end road system memo. Ms. Brittany.
Good morning, Commissioners, again. Brittany Ham, Planning Director. So this is just an update on the dead-end road system. This staff met with the emergency service officials, the fire administrator, the emergency management director, the city's fire administrator, and we just discussed ways forward with this 40-unit rule and some concerns and what to look at from that perspective. Sorry, Joe was also at that meeting, the highway superintendent. And following those discussions, we had decided that possibly looking at an assessment in the county of where all of these dead-end road systems exist. Part of the issue when this went into effect, there wasn't an assessment of what this did. It essentially created violations in areas when they put in this requirement in the subdivision regulations. So now staff is looking at trying to set basically an assessment of where all of these dead-end road systems exist in the county and what it would take to actually make them no longer a dead-end road system. So to develop a second means of ingress and egress and what that would cost. This assessment would do a couple of things. By having this assessment, it may make us eligible for any kind of mitigation grants and some other funding to maybe get in place to create or develop these areas and create these dead-end road systems, or basically mitigate the dead-end road systems by allowing a second means of ingress and egress. So staff met with Avid 4 Engineering and John Van Beek at looking at an assessment of where these all exist within the county. And he submitted a proposal, which is in your packet. So staff is seeking direction from the board on whether to move forward with this proposal study and how to address the associated funding. The study would cost $16,500. My budget doesn't have that kind of money in it right now. My budget's pretty tight as far as having that extra money in it. So I was just looking for direction. We do feel that this is necessary because we see these on the agenda on a regular basis.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
So I've been seeing this for many, many years, whether it's city or county. I think for 16,000 to try to figure this out is a pretty good proposal. And if you read the review of the county and city ordinance to determine which roads do not need evaluation, obtain and evaluate GIS data from Pennington County Highway, Rapid Map, and other sources are identified, identification and inventory of dead-end road systems on remaining roads, analyze of those systems to determine total dead-end length, analyze those systems to determine existing dwelling unit counts, analysis of those systems to determine those with more than 40 dwelling units. Also, we talked about not just the AVID to do that, but also to look in maybe doing road assessments or different things in order to get those roads done once we figure out where the areas in Pennington County are having the biggest issues. Again, we've got mitigation and other things because of the 40-unit rule. I think it's pretty important for us to move forward and identify these, and then also this committee finding solutions where we can move forward in the different areas as well. Like I said, with I think me and Joe talked about that, the assessments and some other stuff that could actually make a big difference for Pennington County on some of these road districts or road areas, plus moving development forward that we have been stifled with because of the 40-unit rule. So I think it's important that we move forward with this. It's been a long time coming.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yep. Mr. Joe.
Just one thing I wanted to point out on this too. So this proposal from AVID4 is just the first step in a two-step process. So this is going to identify and basically bring to us where all of these areas exist. There's probably some out there that we don't know exist currently. And then the second part of this would be another probably fee on top of that to do some preliminary design to figure out if a second means of ingress, egress is even feasible in some of these areas. So this is just the first step in a two-step process.
So Joe, in this study, because it is a road system, can we use your budget for it?
So this first portion, that's kind of me and Brittany talked about at lengths of that as far as how to go about the funding. So there's a lot of dead-end roads that aren't actually on our system, and state law doesn't allow us to spend highway dollars on stuff that's not on our system. Now, you guys can do whatever you would like us to do, but from the way I understand the law is we're not allowed to spend the highway funds on roads that are not currently on our system. And with there being many roads that aren't on our system and are in road districts and other things, that's why we felt it best coming from you guys as far as where you want that money to come from.
That sounds kind of weird because it is about the road systems. It's about not only that, but assessing those roads later would be through the highway department. So some of that would have to be, I know, resolutions or whatever to do that, but it's also going to affect the road systems in Pennington County.
So there are some, so Thunderhead Falls is one example that is a county highway road, or a road that is on the county highway system. Dead Broke is one that is in a road district, so they actually levy their own dollars. So we can go in there and utilize county forces to do things, but then that road district has to pay the county back for anything that's done within that road district.
But we're not really doing anything in those districts. What we're doing is analyzing the roads in Pennington County for secondary accesses, whether it be a road district or not. It's all has to do with the roads and what's going to move forward in order to make those roads either safer with second accesses or not. So I guess I'm in disagreement with that, but
I would look for direction from Tyler or your state attorney.
Commissioner Dury has a comment or question.
So, Joe, because that was going to be my question, that I would lean toward this coming out of the highway department budget.
And that's up to you guys.
Okay. And then I'm going to say, because again, when you keep your road system, because again, when you're identifying the road system and you send that road system off to South Dakota DOT, and you have in there, your secondary roads, and showing that we're getting the secondary road levy off of these amount of miles, et cetera. We keep track of that. You're basically you're setting off the infrastructure with what the road systems are. Is this a county road? Is it a maintained road? Is it a primary route? Is it a secondary route? All of those things. And so based on that, I think it helps identify that map And so that's going to be my motion, that this expense comes out of the highway department.
I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Rosknecht, did you have something to say here?
No, I mean, we did the 40, we had the committee relative to the 40-unit rule, and this is what we came up with.
Okay.
That 40 units, it's never going to go away. It's just going to be out there. So
We need to find ways to
we need to
mitigate it.
take this
Okay.
first step to
Okay.
see how we can work on it. So I'm in favor.
Did Gary have anything to say?
I do not.
All right.
I'm good with it.
All right, are you drinking a Mai Tai? Anyway, so we have a motion to approve this out of Highway Department. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
also part of that motion is to authorize, it was to authorize the planning department to enter into the agreement. So do you want the highway department to enter into the agreement since
Correct.
it
Yeah,
will be, so
that will
we'll
be-
need that motion?
Yeah, that'll be part of the motion. I'll just move to authorize the highway department to enter into the agreement with the Avid 4 Engineering for the dead-end road system review.
So I have a motion from Durr and a second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion- Motion carries. So how's that, Brittany?
Chair,
Two motions for you.
on the next thing that's coming up, that was the first one I had brought forward, was the dead-end road system that we needed to move forward. And the Drainage Commission update, I just wanted to know, Brittany, on this one, that's why I brought it forward, and Tyler, that we're moving forward on those resolutions. It's been a long time coming, and it's something
We'll let
important for
Tyler
us.
fill us in because I think the ball's in his court.
Thank you.
Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office.
Thank you, Tyler.
The update for you today is that I've just circled around a new version of we have to dissolve via a joint powers agreement. I just circled the new version of that on Wednesday. So it is in Box Elder and Rapid's ball court from there. But I talked to Matt Nas from Box Elder, who represents Box Elder, last Monday. I made a couple of slight tweaks, and then I circled it back around to Carla Cushman and Matt Nas. So hopefully, for my purview, I think it's a finished agreement. I'm just waiting for some feedback.
So I asked Commissioner Weifenbach, actually Chair Weifenbach, if he would move forward with asking these resolutions be, or I don't know if it's resolution, ordinance, or law, but move forward because we have been waiting, Commissioner Weifenbach, for a long time for this. And I don't know if you had called either of those or texted either of those or got any answers from them, but we're still waiting for those two signatures.
So we're waiting for Mr.
Nas and presumably, I know the structure of the city attorney's office has changed recently, so I did send it to Ms. Cushman for their review and potential edits. From my purview, I think it's a perfect agreement, but I don't.
Okay, I'll follow up with
make
them.
any commitments on their behalf.
And I appreciate that because we have some major drainage
yeah.
areas that we need to move forward with and get taken care of because we've been waiting, again, long time coming, and especially Rapid Valley.
long
That really
time
needs
coming.
some retention ponds and some metering ponds and stuff. And we just can't keep waiting and figuring out when the other entities could actually be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler. I'll work with you on that. So we don't need anything
Can we
on that
take a
one.
break?
Yeah, let's take a break because we're gonna go into a presentation. So
Okay.
let's just take a short break and then, if you okay with that, State's Attorney's Office? All right.
Good.
All right, we're back and we're ready for. We're back from recess. Gary, you ready, buddy?
I am.
You didn't go anywhere. You didn't go Pearl Harbor or anything.
Nope.
Okay, perfect.
No.
All right, so we are going to do a presentation, right, from the State's Attorney's Office. Are you all ready? Okay, here we go. You have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Laura Retzel, Pennington County State's Attorney.
Katie Urban, Public Information Officer for the State's Attorney.
So we are very excited to be back to give you a quick overview of our office's work in 2025. We know last year ran a little bit long, so we're hoping to make it a little bit more concise, but we think it's important that you have a really good understanding of the work that we're doing at the State's Attorney's Office.
Yes, and before we get into the data, I just wanted to mention a note on the reporting. Our comparable data from 24 to 25 was hard to get this year because we had a major software transition in the middle of 24. And so the way that one system pulled and categorized information was different than the old way. And so we can tell general trends, but I didn't want to put hard numbers in there. And we feel like this year's number will be a good baseline moving forward. All right.
All right, so we want to begin by just covering a couple of the big initiatives, projects that we worked on in 2025, and one of them was our involvement in the public service pathway at the Knudsen School of Law at the University of South Dakota. So that program allows student practice within a recognized office, and we were one of the offices chosen to pilot that project. It places students with us for 500 hours of apprenticeship. And then those students are obligated for 2 years of community public service after they graduate. But the big bonus for them is they don't have to take the bar exam. So they do that apprenticeship and commit to 2 years of public service, and they are licensed on the day they walk across the stage and graduate. So as part of the inaugural group, we had 2 students. They're pictured there as Carly Veer and Thomas Potts, and we are super excited because we retained both of them, and they're coming to work for us this summer. Another big project that we've been working on is partnering on the opioid task force with the mayor, the chief of police, the sheriff, and other community leaders to try to get our hands on some of that money that we know the state has from that enormous lawsuit that Attorney General Jack Lee handled. We want some of that money. It's really important for our community that we use those funds responsibly to address substance abuse disorder in our community. We know it's driving crime. You're about to hear that half of our felony cases are drug charges, so you can see how that correlates to the numbers in my office. And don't forget, people who are using drugs are more likely to commit violent crimes. The two are very much occurring together, violent crime by people who are suffering from substance abuse disorder. So we're working hard on getting some of that money. And then another big project was dealing with the fact that there were illegal drugs being sold in our gas stations and smoke shops. And that's Delta 8, Delta 10, and even Delta 9 THC being sold over the counter in our community. So we worked with our partners, the sheriff and the chief of police, to do a huge initiative to crack down, sent warning letters, did a bunch of testing, and then are now prosecuting a couple of the people that were caught up in that sale. And we'll continue to do that and make sure that people are not buying illegal drugs over the counter in our community.
And we've continued our outreach and education efforts. This past year, we held our Day of Remembrance Vigil for the 2nd year in a row, our Victims' Rights Week luncheon. We've continued our podcast, our newsletter, and other outreach efforts. From what we're seeing in attendance to these events and just our metrics on social media and our metrics on our podcast, we feel like we're reaching more people than ever before. And just giving them what they deserve, which is, as taxpayers, they should know what's happening in our office. And so we feel like we are reaching more, and we will continue those into the next year.
So 2025 was a very, very busy year for our office. We were significantly shorthanded at various points. We're currently 9 attorneys down. 2 of our young lawyers didn't pass the bar and are now working as paralegals and studying hard for that next exam. The other 7 spots are hired. I'm really excited to share. I've hired all 7 of them, and they'll be starting between now and September. And we had a great year. We did a lot with recruitment, community engagement, our Pathways program, and advocating for more supports for substance abuse. But I want to start with our criminal department to give you some quick statistics and an overview of the work that we did. So this is Gina Nelson. She is our Chief Deputy State's Attorney in the Criminal Division.
Hello, Gina. You have
Hi.
the floor.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Last year, our felony division, I want to highlight a couple of different things for you. Our report is filled with a lot of data, but I wanted to highlight a few key takeaways of things happening in the criminal division and what we're seeing across the community. Last year, our office filed nearly 2,000 felony cases. So essentially, for every workday, we're charging around 8 new felony cases every single day. Not to mention reviewing other cases that we decline or decide that we should not proceed on. So we keep very busy. And as you know, many of the felonies can range from very serious crimes, homicide, to DUI 3s and possession of a controlled substance type cases. It really varies. Felony drug offenses, as you can see on this slide, we're almost half of our felony cases. There's approximately 890 of the 1,964 cases. Half of them are drug felonies. So it's a significant concern for us, and we most commonly see methamphetamine use, but we are also seeing fentanyl, cocaine, and other illegal drugs. And as you know, with all of our other types of crimes, the drugs are very much connected to those two, the other felony crimes that we're charging. So that is a major concern. The encouraging news is that overall drug charges are down just a bit from last year. And we were also encouraged to see that domestic violence aggravated assaults were down a little bit, but they're also still the second most common felony felony charge. And that is a big concern for our office. Felony DUIs are remaining about equal or about steady from the year before. And then we are seeing an increase, much like last year we saw an increase. This year we also see an increase in aggravated assaults and assaults on law enforcement. Homicides, sex offenses, robberies, those were down a bit in 2025 compared to 2024, indicating that there was an overall downward trend slightly in 2025. And as much as we have for felony cases, we have just an increasing number all across the board for misdemeanor filings. Last year, there were 9,824 filings, and those can range from no insurance violations to DUIs to simple assaults and a lot of other different misdemeanor type crimes. And like I said, those misdemeanor filings were actually up across the board over the past year, which is concerning. We saw more DUIs, more petty thefts, more simple assault, domestic violence cases. So across the board, the misdemeanor numbers were up. And before I hand this over to Tyler, I also want to take a moment to recognize the incredible work of our attorneys. While being candid, honestly, about the challenges they face, caseloads do remain extremely high. If you look at this slide, first, I would say we average around 200 open felonies per attorney in our office. And actually, I was just looking yesterday, and some are up. Some of the attorneys have almost 300 open felony cases. Whereas if you look at this slide, the National District Attorneys Association recommends no more than 150 felony cases per attorney per year, and no more than 400 misdemeanor cases per attorney per year. In terms of misdemeanor cases, our attorneys have over 1,000 open cases each. So unlike the public defender's office, we don't have an ability to offload our cases to other offices. It's us. So we are responsible for taking them, charging them, reviewing them, resolving them. And so the volume does continue to really cause retention issues, and try to have people come into such a busy office is very difficult, and then try to keep them as even more difficult. So thank you for your time, and I want to invite Tyler Sobczak to share a few things from the Civil Division.
Thank you, Gina.
Thank you.
Tyler, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. So our Civil Division is kind of a varied umbrella in the sense that it contains not only the civil practice that you have kind of come to know with my representation of you and Adam's new representation, but also the umbrella includes juvenile and A&N prosecution or management as well. But regarding that juvenile prosecution, the main causes of action that are worrisome would be drug offenses being the highest caseload volume for us, simple assault being second, and petty theft being third. On one hand, it is concerning that drug offenses and generic assaults are so high. In another sense, it's also good that they're not as serious as cases as perhaps your homicides or aggravated assaults. So it's kind of an odd dichotomy there, but our civil practices also comprise of the abuse and neglect division and also the mental holds, which myself, Eric, and soon to be Adam handle, and Jay. Abuse and neglect, let's start with. We are up from 133 cases in 2024 to 165. They're very, very cumbersome and emotional cases that I have all the respect in the world for the attorneys that handle them, but they're very, very hands-on and include collaboration with the Department of Social Services, defense attorneys, and the judges themselves. It is concerning to me that those numbers are up, but the protection of those families should be paramount in the work of our office. Another concerning trend for us is the increase of mental holds. In 2024, we had 1,201 holds, which I will note are different than an actual commitment, which is a commitment to the Human Services Center in Yankton, South Dakota, or perhaps even Monument West here in Rapid City. But we have over just about 200 more holds, which require a lot more hands-on effort with that process. Commitments additionally went up from 73 in 2024 to 111, and just from the general feel of 2026, I would estimate that both holds and commitments will be up for the year of 2026 as well. Our February and March were just about as busy for the mental realm since I've started this job. Now I'd like to turn it over to Kim Morshing, who's the Director of Diversion.
Thank you, Tyler. Kim.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kim Morshing, Director of Diversion. Diversion continues to be an effective and efficient way to address low-level offenses for both young adults or young people and adults in our community. It allows individuals the opportunity to take accountability, access resources, and make meaningful changes, often without entering the formal court system. Last year, 567 youth participated in diversion. Of those, 453 individuals were completed successfully from the program. 62 were still in progress at the time we ran the report, and 52 were unsuccessful and forwarded back to the attorneys. On the adult side, 1,158 individuals participated in diversion, with the vast majority, 1,042, completing successfully. 57 were still in progress, and 59 were unsuccessful. As we previously discussed when I was here a couple weeks ago about the new traffic diversion program, it continues to be very successful with a high number of successful completions, and I would have to say we continue to get positive comments from our community involvement, participants' involvement. Katie is going to wrap this up.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
All right, so unfortunately, Tiffany Petro couldn't be here today. So
You're not Tiffany.
Yeah, I'm just filling in for her.
All right.
So we didn't want to leave out our victims assistance team because they do such critical work. Last year, oh man, well, it disappeared, but it was there. It showed the number of people that we served, and last year they served 3,849 victims. It's difficult, it's emotional work, but it's so important, not just because the criminal justice system is complex and it's often a lengthy process, but if we can get our victims on board and cooperating, it also means that we have a better chance of a conviction and ultimately keeping our community safe. So they do very important work, and usually it's kind of the area that we hear the most praise for. So with that, we are all happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I mean, great presentation. So I'm going to open it up. I'm just going to start down this side, and then, so Gary, do you have any questions, sir?
I do not. I thank you for the presentation.
Okay.
Mr.
No
Chair.
questions or anything, Gary, or we're going to let you go first, sir?
He didn't have any, I guess.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Commissioner Durr.
Yeah, so great information. And Laura, one thing, and again, I know you've brought it to our attention, but one thing that does stick out to me is the caseload. So if you were to add your staff, you're down, 9 attorneys, getting 7 on board. And if you were to say adding those 7 attorneys, depending on where they land, the one thing I'm questioning is, how could one attorney manage 300 felony cases? How could one attorney manage 1,000 misdemeanor cases? And you gave us averages of Colorado, and I believe would be like a national standard. How do we compare to and I know it's a lot different, but I'm like Minnehaha County caseload-wise?
We have dramatically more cases than Minnehaha County, especially on the misdemeanor end per attorney. And I think, the big question that you're getting at is, if we were full-staffed, what would our caseload look like then, and how many more people do we need to make it manageable? Because clearly it's not manageable right now. And I know Katie's been doing a lot of work in running those numbers.
So the numbers that we shared, that would be if we were a full staff. So Gina mentioned that we have some attorneys that have closer to 300 cases. That's because we aren't full staffed. So even if we were full staffed, if we had all of those 9 positions actively filled right now, we would still be way over.
All right. And then the next question, the recent discussions about the parole system and kind of the state looking at it as a whole in the task force, and action taken here in Pennington, what is that going to do to your caseload? And then secondarily, what's that going to do? What are you seeing any changes? And I know it would be a question for the sheriff as well, but what's it doing with our jail population and all that now that this is being brought out as an issue?
Thank you, Commissioner Durr. I'm glad that you brought that up, because we've been pushing, and we, meaning the chief of police and the sheriff and the mayor of both Pennington and Minnehaha counties, have been working for 3 years to push parole to make meaningful change. Almost overnight, it has happened, unfortunately, because we had a law enforcement officer shot in Minnehaha County by one of the parolees from Pennington County. And that seems to have been the impetus for some real positive change in the enforcement of parole violators. And often when they're finding a parole violator, it's because they have a new charge as well. So our role at the state's attorney's office on that task force, which we've been very involved in, is now to track outcome. What we saw almost overnight was a dramatic increase in arrests of parolees who are in violation of not just parole conditions, but of law. That has negatively impacted our jail numbers because we're bringing in more people on holds and new charges both. I find that encouraging. I know it's going to hurt us in the short term. It's more cases for us. It's more people in the jail. But we have to have enforcement of parole. Parole can't be a joke, and it has been, quite frankly.
All right.
Thank you. Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
Mr. Chair.
You have the floor. Yep.
Yeah, just reading the Ramp City Journal online. I mean, it's just one after another, and not just, what they're doing is they're out there committing new crimes. And, for safety reasons, the general public deserves better. So I'm glad to see that it's going to put a little bit of a stress on the jail, but we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. My question is, how many attorneys does your office have? Just
We have 28 total attorneys, that's including me,
And then 9 down.
9 down,
And how many attorneys do you have with under 5 years of experience?
almost all of them.
That's, people complain about, you guys make mistakes. Well, that's because we got to keep these longer. So they got, when you get 5 years, that's still fairly green, and, they're still learning the process. So that's an interesting number.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for recognizing that. And the other thing I would say, I know we hear criticism about the state's attorney's office, but for the past year, we've been in back-to-back murder trials. I think we've had 6 in a row. Where's Gina? Major murder trials that we're doing one after the other, and we've won every single one of them. So they may be green and we may be short, but I do want to take pause and give credit to those people that Adam was in a murder trial yesterday, and he's here today working without a break.
Well, kudos to your department.
Thank you.
You said that was Adam?
Yeah,
The tall guy back there?
the tall guy.
There's no doubt you've got some good personnel, Laura. We've been witnessing that here too, so.
Thank you.
But Commissioner Hadcock.
I'm in agreement with everything you guys have said. I like the new transition with who you promoted forward on that. You have a couple good guys and some real hardworking women in your office, so that team's going to make the difference for the future for the state's attorneys. I mean, you got to have some people with experience in those areas to be the leaders as well. So you guys have done a wonderful job at that, and hopefully we can retain by the leadership you promote and help that retention stay with us, because I think with good leaders, you're going to have good retention as well. So we appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll just say, great presentation. We appreciate it. We appreciate all the hard work. I don't know if anybody's, I don't know if they made that picture available online or not, the one with all the people that work there. So I'll just show it to everybody that they can see it. And there's a lot of great people that work in the state's attorney's office, and we appreciate the hard work. Yeah. SB 70 and SB 73, when they put those into play, those were going to be a problem. It's not something new, but we're reaping. I don't know, maybe the old saying, the chickens are coming home to roost, and it's unfortunate about what happened to the fellow in Minnehaha County. But the state's attorney's office, the sheriff's office, the police department have been paying for this SB 70 and SB 73, where they actually have presumptive parole, and it's caused a huge golf ball coming down a garden hose with these young kids, and we're seeing it now. The juvenile services were changed dramatically by the state. They run around and they get away with it. Now we got 3 of the people that were involved in it running for governor. So just keep that in mind, that question should come up every time you talk to one of your state legislators or somebody. What are you going to do to fix SB 70, SB 73? This is not, just didn't happen overnight. Like you said, now we're seeing the golf ball. It popped out of the garden hose. State's Attorney's Office, the police department, and the sheriff's department have been dealing with this behind the scenes. It's almost like a duck, and I think I've used that before, where the duck just floats along like that. Everybody goes, oh, that duck's doing well. But underneath the surface, that duck is just going like crazy. And that's some of it that's happened with these laws that were passed, that people didn't pay attention to the consequences of them.
Chair.
And now they're getting to the point that you can't hide it anymore. You can't hide it. And so these people need to be held accountable when they make these mistakes, these state legislators and stuff. They go down a pier, run around down there and make these decisions, and there's real consequences, huge consequences. The pressure that it's put on our community, the pressure that's put on our citizens, it's the number one thing that they should be doing, is making sure our people are safe. SB 70 and SB 73 was tragic. So we appreciate the efforts, and finally, now that the public's seen what happened, they're saying, oh, we got a problem. Well, that problem's been there since 2013 or 2015 when they passed this thing, and now you got all these young kids that are now adults. So, and then the kids coming up from underneath, and they don't have any consequences. So we appreciate your hard work you guys are doing. Thank you for the great, swift, nice presentation. We appreciate working with you into the future. And
Chair.
Yes.
The bottom line is, you need to consult the people that do the work every day. And what the state did was not that, because I was on one of the committees and they didn't. It was mostly state-run and legislative-run, and they didn't, again, consult the people that do the work every day. Some good things came out of 73 in some areas with the risk assessment and some of the other stuff in there, but the bottom line is the money that was contributed didn't cover hardly anything. The state took most of the money for those as well. So when you want to do a program, fund us accordingly, and it can be run a little bit different. And just the process in which they did it, again, if you would have asked the people like Kim and Gina and others that have been in this every day, including yourself, so the public defenders from the different areas in South Dakota, they would have came up with a different SB 70 and SB 73. So again, don't put $9 million in a program like SB 73 and then give us $131,000 a month or whatever every 3 months and expect us to run efficient and effective programs. So again, we like help solving the problems, but we need consultation and trust but verify everything you do with the people that run those programs, and you'll come up with efficient and effective. So those are my concerns with some of the things that the state legislators do. They need to look up those programs a lot better and deal with those accordingly, and then don't put the money towards state programs when you're done, because that was the main thing I had issues with when I was on the program for 73 was they were giving it back to the state agencies instead of the counties that were dealing with all the issues. So you're right, Commissioner Weifenbach. Some of those areas needed to be revised, and they never did. They just left them and caused some money, a lot of money that wasn't being efficient and effective with people that actually needed it to make that. So thank you.
Ms. Katie, can we make this available on the website with Cody
It
somehow?
is, right now. Yep.
Make like a special thing so people can see it? Okay.
Laura, I got one question. I'm not familiar with the Delta drugs or whatever, so can you expand what that is and why they're not supposed to be in those stores or supposed to be in the stores?
So when you look at a marijuana plant, the hallucinogenic component of that is called THC-9. And that's like marijuana in the traditional sense that we have thought of in criminal worlds. What happened was, after the Farm Bill legalized a whole bunch of hemp products that were really legitimate, it created a loophole in the law for chemical modifications of the plant. So they're taking the natural plant, they're chemically modifying it and creating a synthetic Delta-8 and Delta-10. And then there was a loophole in the law that allowed those things to be sold. So about 2 years ago, we closed that loophole, made those things illegal, but they just popped up all over because they're legal in other states. So all of our smoke shops and gas stations, not all of them, but many of them were selling these synthetic marijuana drugs that do have hallucinogenic components. And the other thing we saw sneak in when we did our testing was there were stores selling traditional THC-9, like real marijuana, and also mushrooms, which is a felony. Psilocybin mushrooms are a felony. So we really had to crack down on the enforcement of those because they do have the same or similar effects as that naturally occurring THC-9.
So can a medical dispensary offer those though?
Right, so a medical dispensary is going to be selling the 9, which is the real one that's naturally created and not a chemical modification of that. So yes, I mean, the message that we really do want to get to the public is if you need medical grade marijuana, you should be getting it from a dispensary, not a gas station. Because I could talk about this all day,
Yeah, that
but
makes sense.
what we found is stores didn't even know what they were selling because they were looking at these certificates of analysis, which is like the contents that they receive as a distributor. And the COA would say one thing, and we'd test, and it would be entirely different. So that's really dangerous. Not only do the consumers not know what they're buying, the stores don't even know what they're selling, and it's illegal.
Well, I'm glad that's under control. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if it's under control, Commissioner.
It's
but
better,
we're gonna try.
it's better than it was.
Yeah, it's coming, it's another one of those obstacles where I just.
So
at some
Chair, I have a
point,
question. Now that
You
you
just
brought
make
that
it
up.
illegal to commit a crime, would be the best thing.
So when they made the Dabbits, because I went with the planning department, to Colorado. The Dabbits and the shards that they make and they compress and they do a bunch, that doesn't have chemical, and there's chemical altering issues. Aren't they selling those in medical dispensaries as well?
I'm not sure. I've toured the dispensary here in Rapid, and I don't think they're chemically modifying THC-9, but I know it is possible to do that, of course.
They're just condensing it into wax and the shards that they do.
Yes.
Should have listened a little bit better when they were doing it, but they said that they only sold 3% in Colorado of medical at the time, so they were really selling a lot of marijuana.
Yeah.
Without having it just being medical, so that's a lot of.
They sell a lot here in Rapid City without being medical.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
So what you're saying, Laura, is you can no longer go to the gas station and get a gas station burrito and marijuana?
No, please don't do that, Commissioner, no.
I'll tell you, I talked to a guy who drank one of those drinks when they were out, the gas station heroin drink. He clobbered him. He's like, wow.
Yeah,
It was crazy.
Just to follow up, I just wanted, and in getting back to what you guys are doing to notify the community as to what we're going on, I think it helps all of us because, again, as we get into the budget discussions talking about, where the majority of the county budget goes into and how much of that is into the public safety sector that takes up, the majority, pretty much all of our property tax revenue goes to the public safety side. And getting back to your podcast and to what Katie does with getting that information out there, I think it's great. So thank you. You do a great job, Katie.
Thank you. And if I may just end with this, Commissioners, I know that when we had budget last year, you all gave me a very clear message that I needed to do more with less and that I needed to work on efficiencies. So I did want to kind of set the stage for, in 2 weeks, the presiding judge, Heidi Lindgren, Public Defender Director Eric Witcher, and I are going to be presenting to you on some of the courtroom efficiencies and system-wide changes that we're putting in place. I think that you'll really understand then how hard we're trying, to pull blood out of that turnip and make the system work with what we have. And hopefully it will also set the stage for you giving me a couple more FTEs come budget.
Well, for some reason, I knew that was coming. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no way. All right. There's no way that was not going to happen. So, yeah, thank you guys, Katie. And then Cody is at your disposal for anything and these stuff you guys want us to distribute out there on our big, beautiful website. So anything that you guys see that needs to be tweaked or changed, that you could maybe get it better. We want it to be the best. So.
And thank you for the website, because it is so nice
Isn't that cool?
compared to what we had to deal with before. Putting anything on the old website, like, you had to know how to code basically, which I did not, and it was a nightmare. So now I can just easily copy and paste, and so I'm grateful. I think that we'll get a lot more out
And
there.
I would ask you to go to Cody and try to work with him to see if there's anything more that you don't, because you don't know what you don't know, and he does. So if you see something that you think could be simpler, I bet it could be. So
Thank you.
that's what we're there for. And thanks for sticking us with Tyler and Adam. So we appreciate it.
Hey, Tyler. He missed you when you were gone.
I did. I didn't want to say that because these guys are harassing me. So, okay, we'll move on to the next item. Thanks again. And this is items from emergency management. And ladies and gentlemen, you have the floor.
Good morning, afternoon, noon-ish. Jennifer Williams Curl, Grant Manager. This is a memo about signing the subrecipient agreement for FEMA. They are offering public assistance related to the windstorm incident from December 17th and 18th. In January, you signed a declaration for the local disaster, and this will allow us to work with FEMA and the South Dakota Office of Emergency Management for reimbursement for those damages.
Thank you. Is there any questions on that item, or how about a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion to approve the DR 4903 grant application related to the 2025 windstorm disaster through FEMA and South Dakota Office of Emergency Management.
Second.
We have a motion from Durr, a second from Commissioner Drews. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
See how efficient you are? That's cool. Okay, items from the commission office. Mr. Durr and Mr. Jordan.
All right, so the first one we're going to handle here is the county HR operations analysis that we've finally concluded and brought to the final phase, which is going to be the recommendations. I'll set the stage here a little bit with my memo, and then I'll let Commissioner Durr speak to some of his thoughts on the rationale and justifications. So as I say in my memo here, since the presentation at the last commission meeting, the commission office continued our engagement with HR staff and key stakeholders to review the proposed organizational models and make sure that we had all the feedback we felt was necessary before trying to provide a recommendation. And so it included a final group discussion with HR staff to walk through the hybrid approach that was being developed in coordination with Sheriff Mueller and Commissioner Durr. And that discussion provided an opportunity to clarify roles, to clarify responsibilities, and provide other operational considerations under the proposed structure. And based on that engagement, staff had expressed general support for the approach and a willingness to move forward under the model as presented. And so I'll explain the model right now. The recommended model that we were looking at, it's a minor modification of what would be considered Minnehaha's model, that flat model, which we called it option 3 and dubbed it change in transition. And so with this modification, the model looks like one HR director, an HR manager, which is a lead role to support day-to-day coordination, technical support and oversight, and consistency across the HR operations, and then 4 HR generalist positions responsible for primary service delivery and departmental support. I'll show you the org chart here real quick. This is kind of what it would look like. It's one of many different ways it could look, but this one just made the most sense given what we currently have there. The director at the top, the manager right between them, and the generalists. And so it's intended to balance that centralized oversight with operational flexibility. It's kind of a blend between just making sure we centralized everything without changing any of the job positions or descriptions, and then instead, and it's also in between the other side, which is the Minnehaha model, which is new to this county and would be untested here. And so we felt if we do some sort of synthesis, essentially a blend of those two options, we can come up with this org chart, which we feel has a potential to serve as the framework for county HR operations in the future. I was going to say, is there anything else I need to address here? Yes, the one thing to touch on now is under this model with the current org chart right here, determination would also still need to be made if the board selects this option, that is, with the current marketing manager, because the thought process was if we're centralizing and consolidating HR functions into HR, we probably want to spin off anything that is not HR related to some other place. And so we looked at all the different offices, all the different departments within the county, and the one place that seemed to make the most sense, and after speaking with Cody Wiseman, the marketing manager, he agreed, is the commission office. Seemed like the most logical place to put the marketing manager because they would have top cover from the board and making sure that consistent messaging is being put out and that we're very keen on servicing the entire organization, not just subsets of it. And so that's that also comes with this recommendation, is that today you're going to be asked to decide which model, which framework we want to move forward with, and then we'll figure out implementation in the coming days and weeks with all the impacted staff. And so the marketing manager is one that's still kind of up
The
in the
main
air.
thing here is attacking the HR. I've had several discussions with HR, and I think we're heading in the right direction, and we're recruiting for the HR director position. We do believe we have someone to fill the HR manager position and 2 of the generalist positions. Is that kind of the direction we're going right now, or 3 of the generalist positions?
I mean, it depends on if this is the model that everyone wants to look at. So essentially,
So we haven't even decided on model. Okay,
yes, right. Okay. I don't want to put the cart ahead
It
of
would
the
be nice
horse
to
there.
bring some resolution to it, because after having conversations with the sheriff's department, Ryan had been holding out on us. I think he's got some really superb HR people there that are dynamite. I think they could really take our HR department to a new level and servicing the whole county and bringing consistency and continuity to it. That I was pretty excited about that thought process.
Sure.
But I know it doesn't come without other things. So, Hadcock, you have the floor.
I didn't think this was gonna turn out, I'll be straight, as well as it did. For some reason, I don't know why, it's just because it's been stirring for so long and you've been hearing so many things. But I like how the end result ended up. Why I'm saying that is because we needed to combine the sheriff's office with the regular HR, and I like the tactical part of the sheriff's office being involved with regular admin. That makes a huge difference because I don't think the sheriff's office is the same for psychology and some other stuff with first responders, for sheriff, people, compared to the regular admin people, because that was my biggest concern. And I had told Brian, I had told Mr. Weifenbach, I don't know if I told Mr. Neb that, or Mr. Neb that, but the bottom line is the combination of both is going to make it a pretty awesome, I think, HR department for people that have PTSD or otherwise in different areas. It just doesn't happen in law enforcement or other. There's a lot of pieces and parts that come together with those pieces, and I just didn't think it would happen the way it did, and I'm impressed. I'm glad that it was vetted through. It's been a long while. We kept Sage in the meantime as well. She's a good addition. We got a couple of the sheriff's office people that are awesome at what they do. So just can't say enough about how long you guys took. I heard so many different things in between there that the bottom result, I just said, just wait till they're done, and then I will comment. But my bottom line is I like what happened with HR. I like the centralization. I like the transition into HR generalists. And we'll have to just figure out who's going to be that top person, but hopefully someone that's very good at tactical and admin to bring those two teams together in a way that's just very beneficial for all our employees, because that's about 800 and some with volunteers, probably about 1,000. So it was a huge job, and you guys got it done. So thank you, Mr. Neb, and Jerry, for vetting that process through and making sure that the sheriff was involved as well through that process.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross,
did you say that we're getting close to an HR manager?
No, I did not. I said we're
HR
still,
manager? Yes.
Yeah, HR. If we do this process, the manager.
Well, here's my thoughts on it. We're the person that we're looking at to take over HR.
Well, that would be the HR director.
Or the director.
Okay, so no, we're just still taking.
Well, I'm talking about the director's position.
Okay, the director's position.
That being said, I thought the focus was let's hire an HR director. Then the HR director is going to see what their job responsibility is, how they're going to take these administration and the sheriff's department and put it all together, let them run the show. And to me, they should be the ones that decide where marketing needs to be. They can make the recommendation. We think it should be in the commission office, then that should be their decision, their responsibility. So I'm not quite ready to support HR. I think the commission's getting a little top heavy myself. I'm not saying it's the wrong position or the wrong spot. I'm just saying I think that an HR director should make that call and not the commission.
Mr. Chair.
I think Commissioner Drews had piped in earlier, I think maybe.
Go ahead.
Gary, did you have something to say?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So as I read through this, it appears to me that the risk manager title would be changed to HR generalist. And I don't necessarily agree with that. I think the risk manager position needs to be a standalone position. It's a big job, not only providing the safety for all of our employees, but working with the various insurance companies, making sure that we're getting the coverages that we need and at the best rate that we can receive. And I think the past risk manager did a very good job at that. I don't think that the risk manager needs to be involved with the regular HR responsibilities, but stand alone as the risk manager for the county.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Durr.
Okay, I'm just going to recap a few things and go through this. And so this is a process, I had discussions with the sheriff about this, when I first came on the commission, about wanting to see, consolidated HR, and it ties into one of the reasons for consolidated HR, which we're finding over the last year, is inconsistency in policies, inconsistency in application of policies, departments that had their own operational policies for personnel. All of that created a risk to the county. And again, I'll just say it, a risk to the county when we had somebody assigned in a risk management position. And so the envelope has just been peeled back a little bit in having those discussions over the last year. And, we worked on this for the last budget cycle. I was hoping to have this in place for the fiscal year of '26. The sheriff, had some apprehension about how this was going to be implemented. And so we kind of reset this process based on having a vacancy as an HR director. And having that vacancy, was to slow the process down so we could identify this. And as a former HR director who did county HR and did risk management, I felt it was important to get a process in place because we would be asking, and this is a conversation that I had with the sheriff as well, that I hear the comment, that sometimes they think that we're moving too fast. And in my mind, when you see something that needs to be cleaned up, I think sometimes we move too slow. And so as we made policy changes, and so if you go back and think about it, there's things that we've done to set this up to where we're at today. And I appreciate, the comments from my fellow commissioners that might have a different thought process about how to move forward. But we started off last year and we identified some of the things that we had. So we looked at the building committee, and we felt that the buildings and grounds director could manage those projects and those budgets and not be kind of sub-managed by a committee. And so we did away with the building committee. And I believe so far, things apparently are working out. We had a comp committee that was in charge of a lot of the policy that came through. The HR director was kind of an advisory role on that, ran the meetings with their staff, and we had a comp committee that kind of looked at internal operational policy within the county related to personnel. And then the comp committee is the one basically through the department heads that did the wage study. And when I went on the comp committee, I could see inconsistencies in application of policy, and we had an issue with overtime. And so then finding out that we had these other issues about the operational of overtime and what it tied to our policies, et cetera. So, and again, I made a recommendation that we cancel the comp committee with the support of the HR director, stating that these are HR-related issues that need to be in HR. Then we got into discussions about our healthcare and again, discussions with the HR director at that time that we should probably dissolve the healthcare trust board because these are decisions that should be made at commission level with recommendations from HR. And also last year, we looked at getting back to the consolidation aspect of it. We're looking, how do you control the county budget? And what we're looking at is just what's been a trend of continual growth. And, some of this has come in incrementally, one job position at a time, 2 or 3 job positions here, specialized titles, all added up. And it came to the point where you have to look at this and say, can we operate more efficiently and do more with less? And so those discussions about canceling all of those committees, we went into the budget process last year, and I think we got a big win, wherein we looked at the maintenance, and so we basically had 2 different facilities and maintenance departments, one's with the law enforcement, one with the sheriff's office. And so we consolidated those in the budget with the support of Sheriff Miller last year, and that put 11 positions into the buildings and grounds managed by buildings and grounds. That consolidation so far has netted a savings of $71,000 because our building director, Davis Purcell, did not fill one of those FTEs. And so that has saved us $71,000. Currently, our current operations, and Jordan, if you want to go to, in my memo, I've got the staffing numbers. If you can blow that up a little bit. And so I know we continually get compared to Minnehaha County on many things. And that's not always somebody saying, why do we always get compared to Minnehaha County? They operate differently. So part of the discussion we had, and the reason we looked at Minnehaha County, is because Minnehaha County is operating right now at about $350,000 less annually than what it's costing us to do personnel through HR and operational cost we have with outsourcing some of the stuff I believe that we could be doing internally, and then again, program utilization and software. And so Pennington County has averaged approximately 794 employees over the past 6 months. We keep hearing a number of 850, and I wanted to know where that number came from. So where do you go to get that number? And that's one thing that we found last year during the personnel process, is trying to get a handle on the budget, where everybody had a little bit of a piece of the pie, but you couldn't put the whole thing together and see what it looked like and try to get an accurate representation of the number of job descriptions we have in the county and how many employees are filling those. And so I went to payroll and said, okay, payroll, because I know you have to report this monthly to the feds as to how many people we paid in a given month. So these are actual people that got paid. And we've averaged over the last 16 months, 794 employees over the last 16 months. And so getting back to, because we get compared to the Minnehaha County model, and what that breakout is per employee, that this results in an HR staffing ratio at that number was 6 dedicated HR people to 1 HR staff member for every 132 employees. And so a keynote, because Commissioner Hadcock asked this question, and if you if you look at the personnel action report, and we budgeted somewhat flat on personnel outside of giving our, COLA and step increase. We cut 5% personnel in those larger departments. And then you're looking in the financial information about how budget performance is going. This is one of the reasons we're able to meet that goal. And so the HR staffing ratio of 1 member per 132 employees, for reference, the county budgeted for this fiscal year 869 employees for fiscal year 26. And based on the current staffing that we have, that we just paid current of 779 employees, the county is operating at 90% of our budgeted level. So operating at 90% so far in the first quarter of what we've budgeted for 26, and if you go back to what the trends have been over the last 16 months, and I could have gone back further, I didn't. But right now, if that trend continues, and I think we had a 5-year history, Jordan, that we were operating at about 94, 95% of our budgeted personnel, and wondering, Commissioner Hadcock, where somebody says it's $250,000, don't worry about it, I can absorb it, it's $500,000, don't worry about it. That number, if you just take a $30 hour employee at that fill rate, that is, right now, we're on track for a savings of $5.1 million in personnel if we have a 90% fill rate that continues. So this places Pennington County within, having our dedicated staff. Minnehaha County right now, it's 690 employees with 5 HR dedicated staff, because they have a director and 4 generalists, and then they have kind of an admin clerical position support, but their ratio is 138 employees. And then you want to go down, and I went through all of our job descriptions, Jordan, if you go up to the supervisory structure. So I went through our job descriptions, and this was rough math on my part. And so, because part of the discussion that we had about this transition was supervisory roles, and having a discussion with the sheriff and saying, what would you believe should be the number of employees per supervisor? And his number, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Brian had given me a number of about 6 to 8 for the sheriff's office is what you look for supervisory control over staff. And so I just went through the job descriptions that we have on file and went down the roster by department and came up with what you would believe to be accurate based on the job titles, that we're averaging about 4.3 employees per supervisory role or leadership. So the county leadership has also reported that, the departments, and getting back to the same thing. So this is one of the questions that came up with the public safety side and with Brian is, not wanting like a county HR team to get deep into the daily operations of the staffing and the employees and what they do, and that's not the intent of HR. And so we have plenty of managers and leaders and supervisors to manage the employees on a day-to-day basis. And I believe what Mark found when a team went down, Chief Deputy Hughes and the HR people from their office and our office went to Minnehaha County, and this is what I got out of our discussions with Minnehaha County, is that the HR office was there to support through recruiting and advisory role, but the day-to-day operations were left up to their good department heads and their leaders to manage those employees and do the evaluations, do the discipline. And in Minnehaha County, for example, which I think is close to how we're operating here, the only time that Minnehaha County office got involved into an HR matter regarding personnel outside of benefits and recruiting and retention and some of those, the standard employee life cycle of employee was when it came to touching somebody's pay. So a pay reduction, a promotion, and again, getting back to it, no one in Minnehaha County gets a step increase without a positive performance review on file countywide. And so the HR should be there to support policy guidance, consistent policy, and all of those things. And that's really where part of where we're lacking is that we have kind of a fractured policy right now that is not consistent. And so the HR model that we're recommending is not to replace what we have, it's to complement and support what we have, and that's what came back from the HR leadership survey that we did, the staffing survey that we did. And so if you go back to the org chart that we're presenting, the discussions that we had with the team involved, our own HR team, and with the sheriff's office, and Brian and I met right before we had the last commission meeting, and Brian said, okay, I'm there, and if you support moving over my current HR manager, because the current org chart, the previous org chart that we had did not have an HR manager up there, it had another generalist position. And so the sheriff said, if you support moving over my HR manager and, we look at an org chart like this, and then he also has an HR generalist. And so we'd bring over an HR manager. We promoted Sage to an HR generalist. They have an HR generalist on staff and incorporating all the staff that we have. And then I believe we would have 2 open HR generalist positions. We had a discussion with the staff last week about this going on the agenda, so we had another meeting with the staff talking about this. So the sheriff, after the last meeting that Brian and I had to go through our previous presentation that we gave, we met with the entire HR team that the sheriff had, and we met with our HR team, and we met in the county HR office and had a discussion about this org chart, these conversations about what it would look like moving forward. And so the discussion that the sheriff and I had to help the stopgap that we have with, kind of being short in HR, that if this was approved by the board, which he does support this model, that the HR manager, Yvonne, that is over there now, that's highly skilled and does a great job, that she would move over into our county HR office and support Sage in there. And we had a question getting back to what you had said, Commissioner Rosknecht, about waiting for an HR director to come on board. We did ask them, would you like us to wait until we had an HR director in the position to hire these other 2 HR generalists, or would you like us to advertise now and get those HR generalists on board? And due to the fact that we have, we've had a change in personnel, a change in leadership, they believe they would be best supported if we were to go out right now and let them get some HR generalists on board, because we might be a while still getting an HR director in place. And one of the things I've said, and again, Commissioner Hadcock has mentioned it, one of the things that is, about county government that is difficult is coming in as an HR director and dealing with the diversity of county government. It's not set up to be a business model that would be successful for any corporation. Any corporation operating under the business model of county government would be bankrupt. And the problem coming in as an HR director, and again, long tenured commissioners, you understand the dynamics going back over the years between policy changes and directed, appointed officials and respecting, the elected officials and that type of thing. It's a very difficult thing to balance at times. And the commonality that comes out of all the discussions and with all teams going to Minnehaha County and talking to, the sheriff's office staff, the state's attorney's office staff, and the HR team in Minnehaha County, who was operated under the model minus an HR manager. They don't have one. They've been operating under that model for 25 years plus with tenured employees. And so you get back to it and you say, why does it work there? And it goes back to these relationships and trust. And that's, out of anything that's come out of this, that's what I'm appreciative of, is we took the time, we had some of these hard discussions, but the public safety side, with the sheriff being, 400 and some employees on the public safety side, the county side at 400 and some employees, coming together and saying, we do believe now we've come to an agreement that this is the best model to operate off of. And then, it's a $42,000 savings right off the bat in personnel, obviously, because we've had some attrition and then hiring people at a different wage that would be starting out. And then the other thing that goes back to this is having discussions with the sheriff and the other department heads that we're looking at to get down to utilizing the same timekeeping software, utilizing the same personnel modules and software. And they have a lot of work ahead of them because we're getting ready. We met a little over a week ago with Wellmark to go through some of that stuff, and Sage was in there, and then they're setting up another meeting with Yvonne and their team and Wellmark to go through and look at our healthcare plan and make some of those recommendations and adjustments because we no longer have a healthcare trust board. So they're all coming together. So everybody that we have right now in the sheriff's office, HR office, and our current HR office, everybody is coming together and they are looking at solidarity and working together. And the one anomaly, it's not an anomaly, but it was a discussion about the marketing manager position and is it a true hybrid position. And so I had conversations with the sheriff as well about utilizing Cody Wiseman in our marketing position. And again, we're going to come back. We don't have it now because marketing doesn't roll off my tongue for county, but to come back and we're going to have a recommendation on a job description. I believe it's got to be vetted through HR, but it's going to be communications manager, not a marketing manager. Anyway, in the interim, right now, we feel the best fit for that because we're servicing the entire organization. And Cody believes anyway he would be best supported in his role by working directly under the commission office. So the one motion that I would be looking for and getting back to, I guess I'll finish up Commissioner Roskinick and saying that one reason to get this in place before an HR director comes on board is because now you can hand something to an HR director and say, this is your organizational chart, this is your operational purview, and we have now brought this together and we now have a consolidated HR team. It would be very difficult for an HR director to come in and be new to the organization and then try to come forward and say, I'm brand new, but I have these issues that have been brought up and we have some of these fractured policies and we have an organizational, I'm bringing you on as an HR director, but oh, by the way, we have, 800 employees. You're in charge of 400 of them. Somebody else is in charge of 400, and you have to communicate and make things work. And so I think an HR director coming on board, if we were to say, you have the challenge to do what's taken us how many decades to get where we're at here, but you're going to get hired and then we would like you to take care of all of this. And that's not a fair thing to do, I don't believe. I think the fairest thing to do is that, and this is a commission duty, we own the org chart. We own the organizational org chart. We own the FTEs as far as budgeting and policy and those types of things. So that employee life cycle of the employee, not the day-to-day management, but that employee life cycle falls here and it has a huge budget consequence to it. And so, and getting back to the risk manager, Minnehaha County manages, they don't have a risk manager. They manage the workers' comp claims with their HR generalist. And so under this model that we've presented before, everybody in here would be, assigned a department under the HR generalist model that would be assigned a department to help with recruiting and their things, just like Minnehaha County. And then one of them is assigned the workers' compensation. And I had Kenner pull me some numbers yesterday that I could look at getting back to the general liability claims and the workers' comp. And so in 2025, we had 37 liability claims that were filed. And so far in this quarter, we have 9. Work comp claims, so far this quarter for 2026, we have 15. And the work comp claims that are done with the volunteer firefighters are handled by Jerome out of his office. And the risk manager position was previously handling those other ones and the general liability. Minnehaha County, the HR generalist handles the work comp claims. They don't handle the general liability claims and, what gets insured, what doesn't. If you have a accident, a hailstorm, et cetera, how is that handled? It's done out of the commission office. And so right now, based on having some of these vacancies in the position, that I believe Yvonne is now handling the work comp claims. Is that right? Okay. So the HR manager is now handling the work comp claims, and I believe it's a kind of a teeter-totter between current cases with liability are being handled by the state's attorney's office. New claims that are coming in are being handled by the commission office, sent off to SDPA. And so anyway, but so I think, we've got our bases covered, but I do believe we have to adopt a model, and I'm glad that all parties that have been a part of this, it's been a lot of time, a lot of research, a lot of discussions, and it's come to the public safety side and the commission side having a handshake saying we're ready to move forward, and I'm very appreciative of that.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ross, can I get the floor?
Yeah, I definitely want to thank you for your involvement in this, and Jordan too. One of my questions would be, so Jordan, if we got 5 commissioners, and when we got our issues and problems, we go to Jordan and he does the research, and I appreciate that because you do a very good job. So if I understand it right, we have 2 employees in the commission office, and that'd be Joan and Ken. And so do they report to you, Jordan?
Yes, they do.
And you do their reviews and whatnot.
Right.
And then we added 2 payroll, and I think there's only 1 now, but they report to you, you do the reviews, and then if we do the marketing manager, then Cody would report to you. My only concern is, are we getting a little too much responsibility to you? That's my only concern. I like everything else about it. If we do hire an HR director and they come in, they get their feet, they get established, what happens if they say, it's their opinion that the commission office is too heavy, and then like to see payroll and marketing move back into HR? Is that, would that be acceptable if that's a recommendation?
I absolutely would be willing to entertain anything, further on down the line, because like I had said, with payroll operations specifically as well, is the point of putting it in the commission office was because we had the expertise and the know-how in the Tyler software to best support them. It didn't have to be long-term. It doesn't have to be permanent. It can be analyzed, and if someone determines, ooh, yeah, that actually works better in the auditor's office, or that works better back in HR, that absolutely could be a decision that the board would make and be able to comfortably make at a certain point once we've got it ready where it's just a turnkey operation and those staff can go in any office and still be able to function and do their jobs.
Yeah, my concern is that I don't want to see you have a meltdown.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I think we all agree on that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Chief Deputy Hughes, you came forward, so you obviously got something to say.
The sheriff obviously couldn't make it. He's tied up in the hills. Things are moving a little bit more slowly up there than we anticipated. He planned on being here. He did want me to get up and say that he does support this model. I know has had discussions with each and every one of you going forward to get to this point. The one thing that we would like to see, and it kind of mimics what the Minnehaha County model had, is one of the generalists is embedded very tightly with the sheriff's office, within the sheriff's office, because it is a different animal. There are different things that go with that. And I can say from a personal standpoint that I'm in these ladies' office numerous times during the day, every day, trying to figure out some personnel things and different things. So,
Is that related to you personally? Or?
Right, well,
okay.
I was going to say, maybe they should have your job, huh?
Yeah, exactly. But it would be very important if we could have something like that embedded in the sheriff's office where we have direct access and the direct knowledge of how that works. So with that, any questions?
I would.
And, yeah, just to follow up on that, with Brian, we also had discussions, and I think, again, some of those logistically where everybody is at goes back to the, then NHR director coming on board and saying this. I mean, we even had discussions with Brian, and this even went back when we moved out to this campus about, do we need a satellite HR office down in the, now at the Justice Center, and talking about servicing the employees down there, like when we had open enrollment or those types of things. But anyway, all good points.
Chairman.
Yep, Commissioner Hadcock.
So being in here 12 years and seeing policies and procedures change, last few years very fractured through HR, unfortunately. We had wage scale studies that cost us $20 million and will continue to affect our budgets for years. That should have probably been vetted with most, like this is done today, very open and transparent. I think it would have been a whole different process. I say thank you, Jesus, for what just happened with this HR and how it happened. Why I say that is because I like teamwork. I like both sides, whether it be the tactical or the admin, to make sure that we were forming a team that was going to take care of all employees, but make sure that both sides were going to be able to vet their process, be open and transparent about what they thought, because I know there was a lot of, I was listening to both sides and just going, okay, I don't know where I'm going, I'm just going to listen. And I'm glad that we have a sheriff and we have commissioners that listen, and an office manager that wants to see that difference and consolidate in a way that's going to be pretty amazing to watch. Been looking for something for a while. The main thing is when you pick your team, you vet it and you make sure that process is done openly and honestly for everybody to have that trust. At first, like I remember I've been listening to employees go, what the hell's happening? Same with me. So when you come up here and you explain it, why, when, how, and where, the public, the employees, they're more satisfied with what's going to move forward, that they're going to be taken care of and they're not going to be discounted for the process in which we do here up on the dais. So again, the efficiency that this does in the last year or two, just with the changes that we made, have been very good changes for Pennington County, for the taxpayers, for the employees, and just departments. We need to get back to team. We used to have team, but what happened was open transparency, and everything we did in these processes were being not vetted correctly, and so people were guessing all the time, and then those end results were major deficits and major efficiencies in the organization, which started causing a lot of riff. And the riff got so bad that you just sat here and I didn't know, and another commissioner didn't know how to fix it at that time. But I'm glad we have people in the organization now that understand teamwork, that understand open transparency, and that this process will keep the fractured policies and procedures so everybody feels like they're treated fairly in a way that they can bring forth and not be afraid to go into HR and say, this is what I need. I think a lot of times with our team before, we had some really good people doing what they do best, but in a lot of ways it just wasn't as transparent. And with the main thing with the comp committee and the healthcare trust board, it was run by department heads and only a few were on that team. And it's not that we just didn't believe that the other team, that team was bad. It's just that a lot of people wanted a bigger voice. In this case, hopefully that voice is heard. Hopefully our new HR generalist and our HR director takes that and keeps it open and honest like it has been. This took a while. And like I said, there was a lot of people just asking me questions going, I don't think this is going to work. This is going to be crazy. But with the communication that I seen between Jerry Durr, the sheriff's office, and some of the people that were just trying to vet this process through with the HR department as well, I liked it. I like communication. People know I like to talk a lot too, but I like that team effort. I like that solution. I like that consolidation where your bottom line when you're at the end of the day is what's best for our employees. And people know that about me that have been around me for long enough, that the employees mean a lot to me. But some of that got out of control in a way that causes deficits and other things. It wasn't that I was against some of that. It was the way the process wasn't vetted openly and honestly to the public, and it wasn't vetted openly and honestly to the employees. So I think it just started causing a lot of stuff. So I'm thankful for what you did, Mr. Dern, Mr. Nebb, and the sheriff for coming up with these solutions. And hopefully, I'm going to say the word kick butt and take names later and see how this goes, because just from being in politics for a while, we are finding that communication is huge on this, and I love it. How about that? That sounds really funky to say, but I love it. I love that communication. I love that they listened when I said tactical and admin, and that made a difference for me, that you weren't just going to discount our people. You weren't going to discount our sheriff like he didn't mean anything. And in the past, it seemed like those things weren't happening, and it happened, and I'll just keep saying, thank you, Jesus. It's pretty awesome to watch. Thank you for you guys' time. And again, if we move this forward, it's going to be a positive, I think, for Pennington County. The communication part, I think, is good in the office as well. Hopefully payroll won't always be with us. Serena will be able to take that out of there soon enough. Some of those things that we need to change in the office, I get. We'll move forward, and hopefully we don't have that many people in our office, but we had to do that in the past. Again, communication in that part. In the future, let's move that forward, make it a positive as well, and I think it will, just because of how we vetted this process. That process will be vetted openly and honestly as well.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Durr, sir.
I'm just going to kind of echo what Commissioner Adcock said a little bit, and it came with one of the most recent meetings that we had with the staff and Brian, and coming to this, kind of organizational change in the county and this agreement, and I appreciate, Mark, I know you were involved in this as well, and everybody on your side of the house, and what Brian came back with, which is obviously what we all agree upon. And Brian said, one team, one mission. And that's what we're moving towards. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a motion to approve the consolidation of the county human resources functions and staff under the Human Resources Office, and to adopt the organizational structure as presented, including one HR director, HR manager, 4 HR generalist position, transferring the existing HR manager and HR generalist positions from the Sheriff's Office to the Human Resources Office to align with the structure effective May 5 of 26.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion from Durr and a second by Hadcock.
Mr. Chair?
Yep, Commissioner Durr, yep. Go ahead. Commissioner Drews, I'm sorry. Commissioner Drews, go ahead.
So I'm not going to be able to support the motion from the standpoint that I still have the firm belief that the risk manager position is too important to, in my opinion, to downgrade as we appear to be doing. Obviously, most of this, or a lot of this information wasn't available to commission members until we received our packet for this particular meeting. And so I can't support the motion as it stands currently.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, hold on a second. You done, Commissioner Drews?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just going to comment that this has been discussed at commission meetings, and we've been giving updates and memorandums almost every commission meeting. And we had a full presentation with the recommended, I mean, again, the change in transition office, change in transition option was on the last meeting agenda that did not show a risk manager. It showed the position being in there. So that's been discussed for quite a while. I appreciate the apprehension and maybe the question of it. And again, I appreciate, you know, the Commissioner Drews has a background in the insurance industry and is closely tied to this, so thanks.
All right. I'm gonna make one comment or maybe a couple comments, and then I've been in on and for Commissioner Hadcock to say that she sat and listened to me, that's wrong. She had several conversations with me about it and beat me up pretty good about it. Brian beat me up pretty good about it, and I came to a conclusion after everybody went to the Minnehaha County and met, and then after I met the sheriff's staff, I was completely impressed. I mean, I've been here for a year and a half, and I could tell you on day one, I could tell you we were dysfunctional. But I didn't realize that Sheriff Mueller was hiding the diamonds in the rough in his office. There's 3 of them back there, and I'm telling you, if these people are going to add to the HR staff beyond their wildest dreams, I mean, beyond imagination. I've managed people all my life. I can tell when people are motivated, and they've already come in and they've stepped up. Sage, who I'm also very proud of, stepped up in a matter of a time when she could have stepped out. We had a risk manager who just left, hit send and walked out and left her high and dry. She said, "I'm staying." I see the opportunity here. The Sheriff's Department, the HR department from the Sheriff's Department stepped up, said one team, one mission, and came together and said, under the right circumstances, we can make this work. And we'll make it work bigger and better than it has in the past. I am 100% belief that this is going to be bigger and better when we have the same conversation, when we review what we've done, the changes we've made, that I think Ivana and Katie, and I'm sorry, I hope this is going to be our next generalist sitting down there. That's a decision that she's making. I understand that she's getting her HR credentials in order, and we have a spot for you there, however you work that out with the sheriff. I mean, you're definitely in the transition plan, and I think that with these 3 people are what I would envision as best practices style people in what I've done business with in the past, what I expect from the people in the future. And I look at across some of the changes that have been happening across the county here. We are in a great position to lead this county into a good position, not only financially, but in a happy environment for when the employees come to work, that they're happy about coming here. We had this conversation that on Sunday night when the employee's sitting at home and they go, "Man, do I want to come to work or not?" They're saying, "Hey, I want to come to work." And these gals here that are in the sheriff's office, they want to come to work. So I know they're going to bring that attitude, that personality, everything about it they're going to bring with them. And that's something that I think all the employees, combined with Sage's personality and her take no prisoners attitude, I think we're going to have a great and dynamic situation happening here. So I'm 100% behind this. I think we can work through any of the issues that may arise from risk management. Tyler stepped up, who's very intelligent and very on top of it. He sent me an email and left. And then he came back and goes, "I guess I'm taking that position, Ron." So for now, but having that step in there with the manager, and I think the person that we got there is going to really transition us. I think that these people will probably end up hiring their director in the end. I think that this is a big win, huge win. I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of the work that Jerry and Jordan and all the staff, Ron, Deb, Gary, put into it. I think that however we vote in the end, if this is the way we roll, I think we're going to move forward and we're going to be real happy. I think the employees in Pennington County are going to enjoy the fruits of that labor at some point. It may not be right away, but I can tell you our payroll person that we had, there was 2 of them. She stepped up in a time when she could have stepped out. She stepped up and she did her last payroll last Friday. Had one thing she had to take care of. This Friday she's doing her other one. I walked in, "How do you feel about it?" "Oh, I feel great." That didn't happen when I came in here over a year and a half ago. There's a huge change in the environment, a huge change in the direction, a huge change in the leadership of their ability to say, hey, listen, man, one team, one mission, and we're all in this together. I think that this just transitions into that. So that's all I got to say. I know it's a lot, but.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Ross.
Yeah, and I'm good with most of it, just not all of it.
No, I
so
get
that's
it.
where I'm
I
at.
completely understand.
And Mr. Chair, one comment I want to, and again, aside from the Sheriff's Office and everybody that stepped up, our current HR team, and I want to thank all the leadership in the county that the elected and department heads have participated, you know, through the surveys and the staff surveys and leadership surveys and the communications. And a big shout out, we took up a lot of Minnehaha County HR directors' time over the last few months, and every time we called or an email or a questionnaire or a Teams meeting, I mean, they were all there and supported our team coming down face to face. And the other individual that put a lot of work into this and data mining and putting some of the numbers together was Kenner in our office and the commission office. Did a great job in tabulating all this and helping get the information put together. So.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so is that one nay or is that two nays? Let's do a roll call. That way it would go on the record.
Ron Weifenbach.
Aye.
Deb Hadcock.
Aye.
Ron Ross Connect.
Nay.
Jerry Durr.
Aye.
Gary Drews. Gary Drews.
You're muted, Gary.
We can see your lips moving, but we can't hear you.
Sorry.
Nay, so there's 3 to 2.
I read his lips as an A. So, all right.
Motion carries 3-2, so.
I have another motion.
Okay.
Motion to transfer the marketing manager position to the commission office under direct supervision of the director, effective May 5 of 26.
I have a motion and a second. Any conversation?
Chair.
Yep, Commissioner
Just
Hancock.
one. Before we had actually our office manager that was doing a lot of that stuff that actually Cody was doing. So it makes sense to put it back where it should have been in the first place to me, because we were doing the website in the commission office. We were doing the website and all of these different things that Cody was doing. Why it ever went into the HR department I never got, because a lot of the commission office was controlling a lot of the areas that Cody does anyway. And then communication office makes, or communication, what you call a manager, communication person, makes sense because that's what he would be doing, the same thing as what our office manager did before. So, or commission manager, or whatever you wanted to call her. Sorry, but I don't remember what we called her position. But she did most of it, and she did very well at what she could do with those things. But again, we wouldn't be doing anything different that wasn't done in the past. We just have a person that would do it instead of a commission manager. So it totally makes sense to me.
It gives the HR people an opportunity to, you know, since we're narrowing it down and skinning them down, that they have 100% concentration on HR. That's how I feel about it. I think that the employees in our community or in the county are they're valuable assets, the most valuable assets. I think it was mentioned earlier about we've seen what happened when people don't listen to the people on the front line. You get mass chaos, crime, criminals running everywhere because nobody took the time to listen to the people on the front line. We're taking the time to listen to the people on the front line. They have control of the HR department. They know how to do it. I'm confident, beyond confident, that that'll happen, and that'll be their focus. It won't get focused on anything else. They'll be focused on HR for the sheriff's department, for the rest of the county, each department, and what they specialize in. So that's why I can support it. So, and having conversations with Cody, and his message was a little bit convoluted about, well, he feels 100% positive behind moving to where he's got freedom to, like mentioned earlier, about getting this stuff handled without having another interference. I mean, it can just get directly, they can go to Cody through the commission office, get these things done. We don't have to outsource them. We don't have to do any of that stuff. We're gonna save thousands. The sheriff's office is already on board with that, and funneling this through and taking Cody and our HR people to different levels that they're really going to be excited about. These people are under challenged. I think they're going to get challenged, and I think they're going to rise to the occasion. So,
Chair.
Yep. Commissioner Hadcock.
Move to transfer the marketing manager position to
He
commissioner.
already made that motion. You already seconded.
Did
it.
Yeah.
So if
Okay, I'm losing it.
anybody else want to say anything? Gary, you want to say anything, or are you muted again?
I guess I would agree with Commissioner Ross Connect. I think we're overloading on the commission office. So I don't necessarily think this is a position that needs to be moved there.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have anything to say? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, so 3-2, motion carries with Ross Connect and Drews opposing. So what's the next item up here, gentlemen? D?
B, appointment of boards and committees.
Excuse me, can I take a moment of your time, commissioners? The audio is, Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office, the audio is extremely unclear there. Can we do that as a roll call, just redo?
You want to do a roll call on
Yeah,
that?
please.
Okay, we'll do a roll call, so on that last vote.
Ron Weifenbach,
Aye.
Deb Hadcock,
Aye.
Ron Rosknecht,
Nay.
Jerry Durr,
Aye.
Gary Drews,
Okay.
Okay, so 3-2, motion carries. Is that better, Tyler? Thank you. I'm sorry, which one was D or?
B.
B is in boy.
Oh, it's on the back page here, I'm sorry. Okay, B, appointment process committee boards. With recent and upcoming vacancies in the planning commission and the Pennington County, okay.
Yeah,
Jordan?
I can run through
Ron,
what
can
exactly
you take over
happened
for a
here.
second? Ron, you take over for a second?
Yep.
All right, so
Go ahead,
essentially,
Jordan.
essentially, why this came about is that we had a couple of vacancies for positions on the Planning Commission and the Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment Commission, and we were going to implement our standard policy to fill those positions, but some commissioners expressed some concern, thinking, well, can we do it a different way than we'd normally done it? And that led my office to analyze the policy and say, well, do we need to update the process in its entirety and take a look at it as a board one more time and say, well, this is what I'm comfortable with. And so what I did do is I tried to take a stab at a first draft of an updated process that gives the board a little bit more latitude, a little bit more flexibility, but doesn't sacrifice the structure completely, because you want a clear, structured process when you make these appointments so that the public knows what to expect, the staff knows what to expect, these individual committees and boards know what to expect. You want to have a structure, but you want the ability to be flexible in certain situations where you don't have to be overly rigid. And so let's see here, the current policy that was adopted in 2022, it did establish a very firm structure, and it had a prescriptive process for the recruiting, screening, and recommending of applicants. And so it was very clear, it was very consistent, but the unintended consequence was that it provided some constraints on board discretion. It had a section where under special circumstances you could deviate from this, but it wasn't frequently enough. And so it felt like I heard from enough of the commissioners that they'd like to look at that and maybe have a little bit more discretion put onto the board with each of these appointments. And so recent circumstances have highlighted the need to reaffirm those roles and get firm direction, particularly on when and how vacancies are posted, how reappointments are handled, and the extent to which staff or individual commissioners influence the process outside of formal board action. And so when I reviewed the policy, the revisions tended to fall along the spectrum of transparency versus efficiency. And so I guess it's at two different spectrums there, but what you see is you want the process to be as transparent as possible, but not at the cost of efficiency. If we're being overly transparent and saying, well, all of the hearings for appointment will be conducted in public, that takes up the public's time, that takes up the board's time. That may not be the way to go, but it is the most transparent, but it's not the most efficient. And so it's kind of a judgment call that each commissioner kind of needs to make for themselves and determine whether or not they feel comfortable with a policy that's a little bit more flexible or something a little bit more structured and rigid. And so there's a couple of things to decide here with this. And so what I can do is bring up the actual draft policy. Does anyone have any questions yet before we jump into an update?
Deb, Gary, or Jerry?
Okay.
I guess, can you just summarize the differences between one and the other, just an overview?
Absolutely, I can do that. I'll pull up the process and just give you a quick overview as to what would be changing here. And so essentially, most of this stuff has just been cleaned up language-wise. It all still is pretty much exactly the way it was until you get to the actual procedure for making the appointments. It was difficult to provide a red-lined version because so much of this would have changed from the draft to the original. So instead, I just provided the original and then this draft one that's not approved. And so in essence, what happens here is when we start the process to fill a vacancy, if we've identified one that is coming up or one that is currently open because someone left, it starts in the commission office where what we do is we reach out to the committee members, we reach out to and we start our process basically to go and fill that vacancy as we normally would. And so what we'll do though is we'll have a stopping point right there. And so what we'll do is once we get that information as to, well, is it a reappointment scenario where someone can be reappointed, we'll bring it before the board, and the board will make a determination as to how they want to proceed with filling this vacancy. If it's just going to be a reappointment, just check that box. That'll be a board decision. Boom, it's done. If it needs to go to a subcommittee, for example, this will allow that, where you can have 1 or 2 commissioners and relevant staff sitting in on an interview panel that screens the applicants and then provides recommendations to the board. And as we know, if it falls under a subcommittee, it has to be, the action has to be delayed. We would follow that process. But that's not the default process, which it was in the old one, which was, it was the chairperson and I believe the commission manager and whatever relevant staff for each committee had to meet basically as a subcommittee unless someone was seeking reappointment. And so what we do is we put another bit of flexibility there in the process that the board gets to make that determination as to how they want to fill the vacancy. And that way the commission office staff isn't guessing, thinking, well, here's what I think we should be doing. We'll actually have firm direction from the board as a body saying, this is the process we want to follow. And that way it's transparent as well so that the public knows that our standard process would be filling these, having public interviews with applicants and stuff like that. But if they wanted to go about it a different way, this gives a little bit more latitude there. I believe those were the main changes between the 2 versions, is that part of the process right there. Everything else is going to be pretty much standard and consistent.
So I think right now there's a advertisement in the 3 publications for a planning commissioner.
Yeah, the 2 open planning commission positions, right. Yes, we did.
So would that fall under this?
It can, yes. We can, and I believe I say it in my memo, is that regardless of what you want to do with this process, if you don't update it right now, if you want to look at it and come back at a different meeting and update it, we still have those open vacancies that I'd like board direction to make sure that we know how we're going to fill the 2 planning commissions and the 1 position on the Housing and Redevelopment Commission. And so I'd like board direction on that, regardless of what we do with the process.
Sure. Commissioner Drews, did you have any comments on this?
Well, I do. I like the transparency that we've used in the past. I think it does need to come before have the commission make the decision. I don't see an issue with what we've been doing in the past on these.
Chair.
Okay.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Thank you. I disagree with the transparency in the past. What we might have been following procedure, is that what we called it, but it seemed like the same people were appointed, chair and vice chair and office manager, to pick most of the people that we had. Ask people that were in the audience or people that were department heads. It seemed like the same people were getting to pick instead of making it a full board decision. Sometimes in the end, but then it's kind of hard to disagree once people already said, well, 3 of us said that this person would be great, because you already knew it was going to happen on the 3-2 vote. So bottom line is, I like full transparency, but I'd like the board so it's not predetermined beforehand, that we get that chance as a full board to make that decision. And how we make that, because of lack of applicants or other stuff, I get it. But no, I don't think that should just be 3 people at the same time over and over again, like it has been in the past. Thank you.
What I might suggest, Jordan, can you just kind of explain the different motions that that we have at our discretion today?
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so if you, and again, we can even just kind of table the matter of the process update. That doesn't have to be decided before you make a motion. But the requested motion that I've got is it's going to be 1 or 2 if you want to fill the positions differently. I'm looking to have some sort of process. The motion could be like, I move to direct the commission office to proceed with the current policy to fill the vacancies on the Planning Commission and the Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment Commission. And we would just follow then the current policy, the current process. If you wanted to change it, you could say that we move to direct the commission office staff to fill these vacancies in the Planning Commission and the Pennington County Housing and Redevelopment Commission by gathering the applicants, presenting them to the board and then we can pick whatever meeting we want to do it. And so there's a lot of latitude here, but I would appreciate some direction as to exactly how we want to go about this. Is it that my staff is going to be responsible for gathering all the applicants? Is it going to be a subcommittee? Are we going to have a commissioner or two meet with the, like for the Planning Commission, with the director of the Planning and Zoning and maybe someone else to have a screening committee? Is that something that you guys are interested in doing? And so we've got some options there. Does that answer your question?
Chair.
Nope, I'm going to turn this back over to the chair.
Just a suggestion.
Commissioner Hadcock.
Just a suggestion. So if you're having planning commissioners, you should probably have a planner, like Jordan or Jordan, what's his name?
Cody.
Jason.
Or
Brittany for one of the interviewers, right? Mm-hmm. And maybe one commissioner and somebody else. Right. Or the planning or the housing guy that's in charge, Brian, should probably be on there because they're the people that are going to be dealing with them the most.
Yes.
And then decide from there. Other than that, I think it's only straightforward and open that the people that are going to be working with them, that know the job description, that know, probably the best questions to ask people in those positions, and that have, whether it be the problems or the positive things in the past, would probably be the best people on there. So after that, I don't know if it should be a chair or. The main thing I would say was keep switching around the commissioners in these different things. It doesn't have to be a chair or vice chair to be on those committees. I think it's good for everybody to have that choice or that chance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and if I could just jump in right there with that, it doesn't have to be a commissioner on a screening panel either. It could just be relevant staff like you mentioned,
right.
Like a Brian Ochbach with housing, and then maybe the commission office director or someone else, anyone else. Like that one is a good one usually with Health and Human Services to jump in on that, because housing and the assistance, economic assistance, that's the world they live in. And so to have them just screen some applicants and provide some recommendations to the full board, and then the board as a body can consider that. That's absolutely a way to.
And that makes more sense than having commissioners that don't deal with it all the time and have to deal with that pick, because it looks more political than it does doing the right thing by the different boards or commissions.
Commissioner Durr, you have the floor.
I don't really care how it gets, but I do know that when it comes to these appointments to the planning board and these other ones, and particularly these statutory ones, that it's a full board decision.
Right.
And I'm not keen on somebody, because one thing you need to think about, I'm not keen on just automatic reappointments. I think that, let's just say a planning commission member and their term is up. Just because they say they want to be on there again, I'm not up to just going, let's just reappoint them. I would rather open up the process, let the people in the community put forward. And if that current planning board member happens to be, the number one person and they get appointed, that's fine. Because the other thing you need to think about, like planning commission, you cannot remove one of them without cause. And so they have statutory protection. So once you put them on there, you've got to have a good cause and you've got to follow a process to remove them. It's just not like having a lay committee saying, you're not on this committee, thanks for your service. So anyway, I think it's important, and again, it's good if somebody if it's on a board and they want to be reappointed, but I think you need to be looking at having the public know that is a vacancy, that term is expired, and giving them that opportunity to come forward, and then looking at everybody together. So,
Commissioner Roskowitz, sir.
So with that said, then there would be an advertisement in our 3 newspapers to,
It's actually just a press release. We don't pay for any advertising costs for this,
Well,
thankfully.
a press
Usually,
release, yeah.
usually they push it out.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a press release that we put out.
yeah,
for
I
this.
don't
That's
have
our
a problem with either way, just as long as we maintain the transparency.
Yep.
Yep. I think that not having a automatic appointment, but in the bottom line is, I think Commissioner Durr pointed it out, was this commission is responsible for that position, not any other group of people. I mean, if that planning commission does something that's not, if somebody's gonna complain about the planning commission, they're gonna come to the commission for appointing it. So I think that 100% has to be the commission making those decisions. So I'm good with like, you know, when they get their applications, I don't want somebody telling me that that person can't be, if we have someone else screening them out, I'm not comfortable with that.
Okay.
But I'm also not comfortable with the fact that having them come here in a public forum and we're not, I mean, I think they should be somehow screened with the commission ahead of time and then brought to the attention of the commission. And if the commission wants to vet somebody else, then we could do that. But having a public vetting like we had last time was, I mean, people aren't used to that at first. They're volunteering their time, they, they're paid? Oh, I had no idea.
Depends on the board, yeah. It depends on the board.
Oh.
Planning is paid.
Planning's paid. Okay, so they're paid employees, so they should have some sort of an interview process that's fair. Maybe HR can get involved in that, or
Right.
And because there are rules they have to abide by, and then they could vet a few people. But in the end, the commission is responsible for whoever they appoint. So, I mean, I hated that when I was at, city council meetings, and then in the end, the mayor would just pick somebody and then tell you to go publicly and beat that person up publicly in the public arena, when there's really, whatever reason is you didn't want to vote for them, that's your decision. And you shouldn't have to vet that publicly, why you want to vote for somebody or not, when somebody else picked them. But so if the commission is in charge of picking them, then that's where it should be. There's the process of vetting them in the public arena. I don't know that that's fair to anybody. I think they get blindsided by that program that we did last time. So I don't know, I'm looking for my commission colleagues to agree or disagree, or, I mean, if it,
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can go both ways when you think about that, is that it is the most transparent way to have those discussions with those candidates in public, because they are going to be responsible for whatever that board or committee is doing for the public. And so it would be good if, and I do believe that this commission, especially as a board and individual commissioners, can remain respectful in vetting someone in public and recognizing that what we're trying to do is stick to specific issues here and
as long
not
as
make
they
it
have some
political.
guidelines and knowing
Yeah.
what questions are going to be asked, or what they may, ahead of time, what they may be asked, or,
Yes.
or what that policy is, or having a pre-screen, I'm okay with that too. So, but
Yeah.
I think the commission needs to be involved in that. So, go ahead.
Yeah, just my comment on that. I think, again, planning, and again, with the growth in Pennington County and stuff, and again, it's always been important, but it's, the public, I think, should, have a conversation about, because again, I mean, what if one of the questions you don't ask is, what is your thought, this is going to be on my side, so what's your thought about wind and solar? Well, I think you were wrong. I think we should have wind and solar throughout the entire eastern Pennington County. Obviously, that's going to be a no for me. So, but I think the public could, sometimes they have a hard time. They think that the planning commission, that we as a board of commissioners have absolute control over. We don't after the appointment. They have their statutory authority. And so having some generic questions like we did last time about, what are your thoughts about the growth? What do you see? That type of stuff. Maybe it's something about, what do you, renewable energies, or what do you think about, data centers, or how would you see the growth in the county going, or what do you see as issues in the county growth? Those are all discussions that we would just have at a public meeting, and I think those are all legit to have them come forward and
As long as we have something consistent and we're asking the same questions, or maybe we could pre-screen them with those questions and go, here's the answers to their questions, and let the commission pre-screen them and then bring them here. I
Right.
don't care.
Like a question, did you come from California? Yes, sorry, next.
You just recently come from California or Michigan, or
So these positions, they vary so widely. Some of you might want to not go to that depth. It might just be a no-brainer, like some of the ones related to the stock show and fair. And then you get some that are a lot more complex and you want to do.
We need to come up with some criteria for our planning commission, because it is important to have a wide, perception of how somebody because somebody in the city may take it differently than somebody in the rural area. And so, but you need that representation from the diversity like we have here. We can have conversations and walk away knowing that
So, Chair,
we're all different districts or whatever.
Chair, just watching the process many years, I think it's almost best if you have the questions pre-done, and then those questions, if they're not vetted out enough, they'd be the same questions, but then you could ask them those same questions a little bit further, but stay on those subjects.
Right.
I think you're going to vet out a process, and you're going to figure out from everybody answering the same questions before they're up in front of us, and then keeping to those questions. I think that's going to work a lot better than being
So you're saying
pre-screened.
have the questions up front when they apply,
Yes.
get those answers, and then screen them out, and then get those answers again. How many planning commissioners are there?
Well, it also shows their interest. Do they want to be on another board? Because being on another board is not good.
No.
Being on a board that you're interested in and wanting to actually make a difference in, that's what I want to see. So whether it's planning commission, what's your interest? Why is your interest? I didn't know anything when I got into the planning commission back, 19 years ago, 18 years ago. But man, once I learned all that stuff, it was amazing. So it doesn't mean you have to have qualifications in there. And can you make every meeting? Are you going to be on Zoom? Are you going to, you're expected to be at the meetings. That's why we need you as a planner. Housing board, you don't have to know anything about that either. The main thing is how can you contribute, not just being on a board. So anything you can vet out through that process, through the questions, maybe get the questions from planning department even, or housing authority.
Yep.
That way they answer them, and then you guys see it, and then we come up and we ask them the same things from the general questions. I think you're gonna pick people a lot simpler than having them vet through and then, come up here and ask anybody, just throw questions to them.
How many of them are there?
How many?
Planning commission.
How many members? The Planning Commission is a 7-member board. One of them is a county commissioner as well. So 6 total planning commissioners, and we have 2 open positions, or soon to be.
And they're all at large though, right?
Yes, yep. And so.
I mean, does it have to be at large for everybody? Or is there a way that you can say geographically, we think that a thought process like having someone from Hill City, having someone from, outside of Rapid City, someone from Rapid Valley, somebody from West Rapid, North Rapid?
Right.
You could set that up.
Yeah, I would say look at it because there is a statutory thing about what the qualifications are, and in statute, I think the qualifications to be on the board are just a resident of the county.
Okay.
Tyler's nodding like I know what I'm talking about, so.
So,
and
sorry, go ahead.
I just have a follow-up with Commissioner Drews.
Commissioner
Gary,
Drews, you there?
I'm here.
are you in agreement that the final decision on these appointments would be with the Board of County Commissioners?
I am.
Okay.
All right, so based on the discussion that you guys have just had, we'll hold off on the proposed new process. Don't need any approval on that. We'll work on that a little bit more because I think I've got a lot better of an idea as to where everyone's comfort level is, so I can redraft all that. And so then I will work with, for the Planning Commission, I will work with Brittany and putting together some questions. We will continue to accept the citizen interest forms. We'll close that and make sure that that's back on the agenda. First meeting in June, maybe? June 3rd?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Roskinek, sir.
What would help me can you put together a list of appointments that we would have going, some of them are every 5 years?
Sure.
Just a list,
Yes, I can
and
do
so
that.
we can kind of get an idea of the difference, and if we do go to something different, how one would be impacted versus the other one.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Okay.
And then the term of those appointments.
For the planning? Did we set up the planning one?
We'll go on to number C.
Okay, so, yeah, I guess I don't need direction. We'll gather all the applications and we'll present them to the board. Yep.
Okay, and we'll go on to letter C. Commissioner Durr, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, if you just want to pull up the memo, I mentioned this at the last commission meeting, and I mean, I have thought about it, over the last year or so since I've been on the board, but just thinking about, because again, I listened to how we're utilizing the moment of silent reflection, and sometimes we're calling out, individuals, situations, and I think the inference is that we are actually talking about, opening the meeting with a prayer, and there's a lot of governmental entities that do open the meeting with a prayer. And I thought it would be, not in my mind, and again, not run from what the moment of silent reflection actually is, but call it out. And, I went back to Joan and said, could you tell me how long, moment of silent reflection has been on the commission agenda? And it's decades. And, I have been on previous boards where, we would open a meeting, with a prayer, and I think, yeah. So anyway, my memorandum's there. I'm open to comment, but I would like to see our state attorney's office and commission director, that would be Tyler, to look at it. I've done my research. I don't think it's an issue, so.
I think what it comes down to is if you're going to have a prayer, you have to actually acknowledge that it's going to be an invocation or something.
Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. Yeah, it's exactly what Commissioner Durr said. My understanding is that the progeny of this really comes from the Nebraska Marsh case. I haven't read it since I was a first-year law school student. But regardless, if that's the direction the commission wants to take, then I think I know where to start.
Okay. So.
Because there is case law on this. I didn't cite it. I did look it up.
I know the city does it, and years ago, there was a group that wanted to sue the city because they opened up with a prayer, and it's like, but my understanding is as long as they agended it as a prayer, then they were good. So that way people know coming here knowing that you're gonna have a prayer. If you have a moment of silence and then all of a sudden you have a prayer, then they could maybe look at you and go, so yeah, you might be right, Jerry, that maybe this is a good change to make sure we call it an invocation, because if we don't have a prayer, they're not going to say us get anybody for not having a prayer. So, but that brings a point important, because I would like to put that on the agenda for next week for having an invocation, because I want to get with you, Jordan, make a little presentation about why we do the flag. Mr. Roskadek brought this to my attention, and I thought, after we had several conversations, we all do the Pledge of Allegiance, and there's some, the relevant significance that I just wanted to share with people. So, and then there is some mention of prayer in there, so if we put that on the agenda, then we should be covered for that. So, do we need to make a motion on this, or we need to think about this? So, does everybody want to review this first and?
I'm going to make a motion to direct the commission office director, because again, they would have to come back with it to work with the state's attorney's office to review any legal or procedural requirements for replacing moment of silent reflection with opening prayer on the county commission agenda, and bring it back proposed agenda language for board consideration.
Second.
Perfect. We have a motion from Durr, a second by Rosknecht. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, move on to the next item.
So the next item, I've talked about it, if you want to pull up my memorandum, Jordan. We did receive, and again, some of the payback from some of our policy changes regarding overtime. And so when you get back to our self-insurance fund, we got a refund back of $114,000. And usually, and again, you would see that, but we got back a bigger one. I think part of it, we had a change in our modifier, but again, it was unanticipated revenue of $114,000. And discussions with the auditor and with Al, we had a discussion the other day about this, and the way that the previous auditor was receipting this back in was a spreadsheet that went into all kinds of different formulas and stuff to try to figure out how much of this refund, and then they would put it back into the individual departmental funds from whence it came. And so I had a meeting with legislative audit, and then talked with Sabrina about it, our auditor, and she called me last night and said that I think that we've come up with a plan moving forward that, and she'll bring it to the commission, but instead of having, individual receipting this back in and doing the splits and journal entries back into all of these funds, we would just create an insurance fund that this would come out of, and then you would just put the money back into it. We had an initial meeting, because what we're doing right now, if we got back $5,000, we're spending more than $5,000 in staff time trying to figure out how to put this money back. And so about a week ago, we had a meeting with HR and Wellmark, Jordan and I did, to talk about some of the stuff on a renewal. And we've had some higher claims come in this year, and they're kind of tentatively looking at a 9% increase for fiscal year 2027. That's what they recommend. We can manage that, internally. And anyway, the contributing $114,000 to the self-insurance fund, because we should have a balance of 6 months worth. And our balance at 6 months worth of claims. So if you go back to what our claims are, we'd have about 3.5 million sitting in our fund. And currently we're 1.9. And this is kind of a shot in the arm. It's not a lot, but what I'm trying to do by bringing this to your attention and looking for approval would be that when we go through the budget process, we'll get a better look at where we're at. But I do know that we're going to have to do something and put money into the self-insurance fund. So I would rather, and again, every dollar that we put into a benefit to enhance the employee's benefit package or stave off an increase on their share of the health insurance is money that we're not paying in payroll taxes. And so all of these would be pre-tax. So anyway, I'm looking at taking $114,000 from the general fund and having the auditor move that into the self-insurance fund.
So Commissioner Dern, just so everybody understands, when he says they're not paying a payroll tax, that means that, so if you have $100 and you're not paying the payroll tax on that $100, you're actually, in essence, have like over $100 that you're actually saving because you're not paying the tax on it, and payroll tax of 7.5% plus the 7.5% for the employees. So you're roughly saving, and or federal income tax, so you're saving anywhere from 15 to 20%. So you're stretching that dollar by moving this money into that fund, and actually benefits are better than giving payroll, because you're paying payroll tax and you're paying federal income tax. So it actually works better this way. You stretch that dollar a little bit. So that's what he means when he says it's. You're not paying a payroll tax on it as a county, so it actually goes a little farther that way. So, yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
So you met with Wellmark?
Yes, last week.
I appreciate that, because when I went to one of the meetings that were to do with health savings, I really appreciated the Wellmark lady. Was her name Cindy? I can't remember her name, but
We have Carlotta and Alice.
maybe it was Carlotta. Just the advice she was giving us back then was pretty amazing. So I'm glad we're getting advice from them again and making sure that we're taking care of all the issues to do with that healthcare system that will hopefully make a difference for the employees, as well as them where to put some of the balance, and then taking advice for our employees, what's going to be a cost savings in one sense, or what's moving forward, because I know a lot of them are kind of asking me about what's going to happen with the Healthcare Trust Board.
I think Commissioner Durr was going to cover this under his time frame and we'll go to the end. So
okay.
No, it is just what I'm going to say is that introduction with Wellmark, and again, fortunate. I mean, when I managed a self-insurance fund previously, those were my points of contact, and so George and I, have experience in managing the healthcare plans and that benefit stuff. So the meeting we had with Wellmark was an introduction to get SAGE involved, because we no longer have a healthcare trust board. So we made those introductions, and SAGE has got her hands full trying to jump into all of this.
Yep.
But now that we've made this transition of a consolidated HR office, then they're setting up meetings. I believe it's the 10th of May. Anyway,
forget.
it's within the next few days that Wellmark is going to have a meeting with all of the entire HR team now together and educate them on the benefit plan and go through that stuff. And so it was just kind of an introduction and then looking at it. And, but again, realizing, which I've kind of known, that we talked about it last year, there were many years where Wellmark was recommending an increase in what we should be collecting for the self-insurance fund. And the Healthcare Trust Board denied those increases for many years until it got critical. And then you have to start putting money in there. And so that's why the employees have seen, these upticks in the last few years, instead of a gradual 2% or 3% a year, getting, a double-digit increase. And so we'll see during budget process where the self-insurance fund is at. I think that Kenner has now gotten the information and is tracking that and will give us the financials on it, and so we can actually look at it monthly to see how we're performing.
And I appreciate that, Jerry, because the bottom line is when I went in there, the lady knew her stuff, Carlotta, but people weren't listening because they were part of the healthcare trust system. So what happens when you have your hands in the cookie jar, unfortunately, you get to make the rules. And a lot of the, again, department heads were on board with that. There was a few in there. So when you have someone that's a professional that's working with another professional in HR and leaving it out of a committee's hands, it makes it more transparent when you come up front to be able to explain it to the employees and also make sure that's implemented in a way that is protecting all department heads and all employees at the same time. Because it seemed like she was trying, and then pretty soon she just went there and listened. She'd give a few ideas, but again, people weren't trying to do things wrong in one sense, and the other, they weren't professionals to know the difference of how much that was costing us in the long run. And again, same with the wage study. People didn't know how much that was going to cost us in the long run, but had compensation committee and did the same thing as Healthcare Trust Board. And unfortunately, it made some huge deficits in different areas with not professionals like HR and Wellmark running the transparency of it. So I wanted back then even to know the numbers, and by that time, it was a little late. So unfortunately, we're moving forward in a very positive way. In Pennington County, again, I'm liking those transitions, what we're doing, because it's taking care of the employees, it's making it more open, and in the long run, we're getting professionals that will give us the best advice, whether it be for insurance companies or health insurance stuff, or just insurance in general, because we do have some other insurance things coming up. I know the risk manager looked into insurances and different stuff as well. That's going to be huge for us, because you already know between property taxes and insurance, it could cost us a lot. So there's a few areas that we just need to dig a little deeper and then be open and transparent and tell why, when, and how we're doing it, and we've done that along the way. So thank you.
So we have a motion on this item?
Going to make a motion to direct the auditor to move $114,000 from the general fund into the Pennington County Self-Insurance Fund.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Item E, Mr. Neb. There's an applicant on Zoom. There's somebody on Zoom? Tyler, are you coming up front, sir? We're going to need you.
I'll just really quickly explain that the board is being asked to adopt a resolution approving a proposed medical waste trailer-to-trailer transfer station facility to be located within Pennington County. The action is required under SDCL 34A6103 as part of the applicant's state permitting process. Tyler, if you wanted to jump in, I can say more, but...
Yeah, it's exactly just that. Tyler Sobczak, State's Attorney's Office. This was it will be the first of two resolutions of this nature. Excuse me. This will be the first of two similar resolutions that'll be on your agendas for the next couple of weeks. But essentially, what this resolution is required for is to go through the state DNR process for what they call a solid waste or medical waste transportation, storage, treatment, or disposal facility. The applicants today are in need of this resolution to go to the next step for the state permitting process. It's kind of interesting. The county is required to provide this resolution regardless if they are or are not even within the county's jurisdiction. For example, it could be a city jurisdiction parcel, but regardless, the county resolution is needed. So essentially, we are being asked to give our blessing for this transportation service to get to the next step of their process. Case law on the issue is very limited, but it really only pertains to if there was going to be a rescission of the permit, and that can only be done if the size or overall mission of the permitted, let's just call it, plan is altered in any way, but it doesn't really seem like that's applicable here today. So ultimately, the applicants are just requesting this resolution so they can get to the next step with the state as to what their plans are. Specifically to their project, I don't have as much information on, but I do know that they're on the Zoom to answer any questions you might have.
Yeah, I mean, this is like we have to do this for the landfill too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a medical waste site, I mean, I think what they're trying to do is eliminate it from going into the landfill.
As to what this project really is, I'm not too sure on.
Does this go through Brittany then, or does this just go right to us?
This is the final step in the county's
Involvement.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically, you guys are being asked to adopt a resolution either allowing the process to go forward through the DANR, who will do all the, they'll receive the application, they'll do the evaluation. The county's not even going to really have much else to do with this other than this initial step. And it is, I believe the property is within the city of Rapid City, so it's under their jurisdiction.
It's over
ultimately.
by the,
And we just have to.
it's on Marlin Drive, it's over by the Elks.
Yeah, this isn't a county permitted process. We just give the resolution so that they're able to get their foot in the door with the state. And then the state DANR takes it from there.
So Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
is there any liability, meaning if there's any issues with leakage or anything like that, and is that vetted, the area that it's vetted through, is there any kind of thing that would be a health safety factor where they're putting it?
From my research of case law is that the liability actually would be at the state level, if at all, because they are the permitting authority. We are just the ones that are saying, this project, whatever it is, we don't have any size, topographical, other sort of concerns, from my understanding. But frankly, there is about 2 cases on this statute in existence, so it is unclear. But from my purview, it appears that the liability would be, should there be any for any governmental entity, it would be from state DANR.
So the liability is them, but if it's unclear what we're doing and we got medical waste involved?
Yeah, I think, I mean, I
that's kinda
definitely, I
creeping
think
me
an
out a little
explanation
bit.
of what this business is probably needed, but by way of what we need to do, what is being requested of us is simply to pass a resolution.
And where they're gonna put it and all
Yeah.
that kind of stuff?
Uh-huh.
I can speak on that if anyone is interested in a few questions.
I didn't know there was someone on Zoom. I'm
You
sorry.
just scared Commissioner Hadcock.
I'm like, Gary's
I'm sorry
voice
about that.
changed. I thought that was Gary's voice. I thought he changed.
No, so we operate a medical waste treatment facility in Sioux Falls. So we are just going to temporarily store in Rapid City, and then we truck it back to Sioux Falls to properly dispose and treat, and then we goes through the Sioux Falls landfill.
Is there something on 44 like that? When you're going out, it'd be on the north side. Isn't there a medical waste, or used to be a medical waste place there?
The only medical waste place in Rapid City is what Monument Health currently operates, so they currently treat their material there.
Okay, and there's no safety factor in where it's at, topography, leakage, anything like that?
We will have to go through all of the state requirements through civil engineering and runoff and minimum distances from all waterways and residential. All that is included in our state permitting.
Thank you.
And then I'm assuming Tyler at DA or when they do things, they have public comment that they offer.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. So, all right.
Sorry, Rapid City Council has approved the siting of the proposed facility.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm going to approve the resolution approving Medical Waste Incorporated Transfer Station Facility as presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Durr, second from Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Excuse me, Commissioners, just because that we do have a member on Zoom, we do always have to have a roll call by way of the motion, so can you redo
okay.
the? Mhm.
I haven't been
That's
doing
the
that.
policy.
All right, you're right. So we'll have a roll call.
Ron Roskinek,
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Weifenbach,
Aye.
Jerry Durr,
Aye.
Gary Drews,
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is, moved to, no, there's a F here too that goes with this one?
This is a separate issue. Yep.
Oh, okay.
It's a true F, though.
Just went over to this page, okay. So F is a 26 budget performance and financial update. Jordan,
Yeah, all right, so we can spend as much or as little time on this as you guys really want to right now. I had promised at the last meeting that from now until we finally approve our budget, I wanted to have budget or budget-related items on every single agenda. So this is a financial update. What I basically looked at was the total cash on hand and a history of that, the departmental budget performance through the first quarter of 2026, and some information then on the financial performance of the Healthcare Trust Fund. And so all of these graphs are here and I don't want to do that, available and publicly ready for everyone. And it just kind of shows the trends that we're seeing for cash on hand. We've got our budget performance saying, hey, how are we doing? Oh,
Yep. Would you go back to cash on hand?
cash on hand, you bet. What do you?
And so when you go cash on hand, I would just explain revenue in, revenue, money out.
So the big spikes you're seeing here, they happen twice a year because that's timed with our property tax collection. So we always take a snapshot at the beginning of the month, and so there's always a lag time from when we receipt in all of the money from the property taxes before they get apportioned out to all the other entities. And so you'll see spikes in April, basically, or sometimes May and October, November of every single year. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I'm just, for the public or anybody looking at it, to show, why the spikes are there and the fact that this goes back to the point that the county gets all the time. You pay your taxes to the county and then we apportion it out to the hundreds of taxing entities, and then our revenue goes back down because it's not our money.
Yes, that is correct. And then quickly, here's a graph of our budget performance. Essentially, as we know, the total budget for our 2026 expenditures is $127 million. And right now, through the end of March, by the time we had calculated the data, we weren't totally done with April yet, so that's why we went through the first quarter here, and we're at 20.8% of the budget. The standard benchmark, if you're just looking at statistics, would be 25% for the first quarter of the year. However, our actual benchmark for the first quarter of the year is about 20%, so we're pretty much right on target from what we've typically expected at Pennington County.
yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
Thank you, Jordan, because that's where I was going. Just to make sure we're not, and the bottom line is if we stay right on course and we don't end up doing like what happens at the end of the year, supplementing, that's more where I'm worried.
Right,
But I'd like to, I was thankful that we were on course or lower, meaning that if we keep on this kind of schedule, we should be doing well.
Yeah.
But I'm hopeful that the supplements and the difference of the budgets that we approved and what happens at the end of the year still gives us a good savings.
And we're still adjusting the budget process for the 2027 budget so that everyone is actually going to be budgeting and requiring and relying less on supplements. But for 2026's budget, there are certain building projects that were known but were not budgeted because that's the way it had been done before. And so we'll get all that corrected. So you may still see some budget supplements at the end of this year, possibly. But it'll be expected. It's not going to be anything.
But will take some of that deficit away at 8 million? Will it make it so basically we're higher or about the same? Because remember, we corrected an $8 million deficit. So if we add more supplements, is it going to be past that total budget that we were trying to save in the first place?
That's a good question. I haven't looked at the exact numbers yet. I'll have to get with Davis on some of the projects that usually come through and just see where we're looking with all that stuff. So I don't have an exact idea on that yet.
Yeah, because that's usually where it hurt us. It's at that very end where we thought we were on budget and then
Right.
ended up with these huge
Well-
deficits at the end for the last 3 years before this.
Yeah, at the end of '25, I mean, there was a budget supplement of 15 million. And going back to the building project unanticipated, I mean, some of that is, we're also gonna get unanticipated. And that's a question, are we gonna get the payment for the old bank building? Is that money gonna come in this fiscal year, or will it be into '27?
I think they're going to talk about that at the next meeting. I just.
Because we have the expenditure coming in, I would like to see the revenue coming in, because the revenue is gonna exceed what we're expending on the remodel at the Justice Center.
Yeah.
That'll be huge.
And I think they're gonna bring that for, Tyler, do you want to approach that one?
Tyler Sobzak, State's Attorney's Office. My understanding is that the closing on the bank building is going to happen at the end of December 26th. So I don't know when, I assume that's when cash is going to exchange hands, but
Yeah. that's
certainly
typical.
happy to look into it and get back to you at the next
Yeah,
meeting.
what I would do is just verify that that we will get that money and we can receipt it in this fiscal year.
Sure thing.
That'd be my motion, or not my motion, by hopefully the intention, and to stay on where we were, because like I said, the last few years before that were a guesstimate, and then by the end, the guesstimate were deficits. So I appreciate that. Jordan and I like seeing, if we could, going through a third instead of a half, because by that time, that half, it could be
Right.
huge. So it's nice to see it. I wish we would have had this before, because it makes a huge difference for me seeing the numbers beforehand, hopefully for department heads as well. I know my budget, when I start seeing things that need to be lowered or hired, it makes it so that supplement or that initial end burden is a lot lower, because then I've accounted for it or put it in a way that by the time the end of the year came, I'm leveled out. So it's good for the department heads as well to see this.
Yep, and the intention is, of course, to have quarterly updates, but monthly reports. And so everyone's going to get to see a lot more information than they've been seeing before, hopefully.
And they also can tell us what those differences are in case, not at the end of the year, but, you know, what they're seeing maybe that might come up or might cause them to cause some major uplift in budget.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
So Jordan, on this slide that you got, we're 20.8% of the budget.
Yes.
Do you have any idea where we were last year at this time?
We were like right on the 20%. That's, our 3-year average for
Okay,
the first
so-
quarter is just about exactly this, about 20% of our
Okay,
budget spent.
thank you.
So I think we're running slightly hot in personnel right now, but otherwise, we're right on target. And so then the next couple of slides here, I don't need to go through all these. This just gives you another different way to look at this by individual department. And so you can see the percent used on the left-hand side there. You can compare, okay, how's
Can you
everyone
move
sitting
that
to
thing
get
out of
us?
the middle there? Or what is that? That thing that goes right down the middle? Is that, or is that supposed to be there? Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
That's not blocking anything, okay.
No,
thank
it
you.
shouldn't be. And so this gives you two ways of looking at the data. One with the dollars on the right there, you can see graphically the bar graph that who's got the most dollar amount spent, but you can also look at the percent used. And we just went numerically here, so they're in just the numerical order, and you can see that for all these. And so if you guys look through this and have any questions on it, please feel free to reach out, and we can dig up whatever information we may need as we start looking to get into the budget stuff. And then the last quick thing I wanted to touch on was the healthcare trust fund, or the self-insurance fund as it's called now. We looked at some of the average claims paid per month for the last couple of years, and then the average cash balance by year as well, just to see kind of how we were doing. So there's the graphs, the tables that feed into then a graph that kind of looks like this, which shows the trend of cash on hand. We were doing pretty good from 14 up until about 2020. And then partly because of COVID, partly because of just concerns about increases and continued increases in healthcare costs to the employees, we stopped taking as much of an increase for the employees, and you can see then our cash on hand started to trend downward. And in the last 3 years, the county has made a concerted effort to try to keep that going, ticking in the right direction so that we're not bankrupting.
What number do you want? What number should we have that at?
So you see kind of up towards the top there, 3.5 million is about what we want to see it at.
And right now,
so-
we're just under 2?
Yep. That is, well, and then with the moving of the 114,000 into the self-insurance fund, we're pretty much right at 2.
Okay.
So not quite where we want to be, but we are still trending up, it seems, right now at least. And that's all I've got for that. So any other questions on that stuff? And again, feel free to look at this presentation whenever you want to on your own time, and let me know if there's anything else you'd like to see, especially if we're talking about monthly reports and quarterly updates, because I want to make sure that you guys have all the relevant financial information that you need to make solid decisions.
We need more pie chart.
More pie
charts
charts,
for
you bet.
Commissioner Roskinek.
Main thing is you get those comparables because it's, if it's average right now with where it has been before and then it ended up where it was, that tells you that in between there.
Right.
That's why I said we need to see it, those comparables, like every third quarter instead of half.
Right.
Because by that third quarter, that's where it starts getting ugly.
Yeah. Understood.
Yes, Commissioner.
Jordan, on this slide, that 603 fund, didn't we change that to self-insurance fund?
Yes, this was still how it was in the old reports, and so when Kenner put this graph together, he used the old fund name.
Because
but it
that
is the
fund
self-insurance
doesn't
fund.
exist anymore.
It's still the 603 numbered
But it's
fund.
renamed
Yes, renamed
self-insurance
the
fund.
self-insurance fund. That is correct.
The other, Jordan, you mentioned we were running a little hot on personnel. Is that?
Percentage-wise, just hotter than normal, and that's probably due to the reduction you guys made in the budget of just a flat 4%. So still pretty much on target, and just running a little bit hotter than we have in the past 3 years, basically.
You mean hotter? What do you mean? No, like
That means we're up a point or a percent or two in the percent expended of the total budget for personnel, for salaries and wages.
So that would relate to the departments that are close to 100% fill, because you could look at just like, our state attorney said, they're down 9 attorneys. Well, look at what that adds up to personnel costs in a budget. And so overall as a county, we're operating at 90%, but fill rate, but we did not, we cut them back, that the major departments, by, did we go 4%?
I can't remember.
I think it's 4% overall.
well, that makes that number look.
So anyway,
Yes.
it's a little bit of balance in between. And the other comment I would make is, look at those personnel changes. And I'm not gonna call out a department, but we had one low-level position in the county move to another position that is not that high up on the pay chart. And that was today we just approved for one employee a $13,000 pay increase. And so you look at those promotions that are happening throughout the organization, and then you say, how can that happen? And I saw, 3 positions that were promoted to a basic level position and another one to a high level position. And you look at that pay change, and then you go back and you go, what does a policy say about this? And this goes back to the hole that we have right now of having a consistent policy. So some employees in the county have an opportunity to get a, $10,000 to $15,000 pay increase, and the other ones, that opportunity doesn't exist for everybody. So
Chair,
Yeah,
one
Commissioner
thing
Hadcock.
we all forgot about too is that, remember when we had job descriptions and we didn't have everybody, departments full of employees? They changed the job descriptions. They also changed the pay. So your pay, once you fill all those positions, are going to go to the new job description pay. And that might not have been accounted for, because that also adds to benefits. So that's why I said by the ending, if you're letting them fill all the positions and we're not letting them, but they are elected officials, that those pay for the 7 or 9, let alone for sheriff's office or anybody else that filled their positions, guys, how much is that going to cost us by the long run? Because when you say that you added 20 million to the budget, that was just to where we are right now. That continues on, plus adding more FTEs that weren't already in those positions, adding more pay, adding more benefits, and adding to what's going to happen in the future. So people didn't think about that is a continued. Personnel is one of the biggest areas in Pennington County for budget. So when we're not accounting for all those 7, those 10, the whole 17 departments, we did not put all that in there. So we cut some of the areas, but then we just added 10, 7 promotions. That's where I said, if we don't keep track of that third, by the time you're done, that personnel, and that's what I said when they were doing the wage study, that personnel is could over the top make those budgets just change by, I don't know, millions, as you already saw for the last few years. So people didn't take that into account when they were doing that. And it's worrying me still because, again, we never accounted for even the deficit that we had last year. We're going to add more this year with promotions and more FTEs that weren't filled. So that's why I said, Jordan, it's going to be crucial that you keep track of that third, that second and third, because I think that's going to bring that total where it's going to be hard to keep that under control with those kind of wages that we just did. So to me, it's still worrisome to me because we're not getting the full picture until you see years down the road that's a continual adding of millions of dollars. So anyway, it just keeps coming through my brain of how much that's going to affect our budgets. Not that I don't want to pay people, but that was 27% that got most of that pay during that time, not the 73% of the other employees. So that 27% hit us hard. Thank you.
All right, so we'll move on to G. So G's a TIF, and anybody have any comments they want to make to the TIF? No comments on that, so, I mean, we've already had some conversation about it, but I don't want to make any comment in writing about the.
Maybe.
Gary, did you have comments on that TIF that you wanted to send on to the Rapid City?
I do not, I'm sorry.
No worries, no, that's fine. Okay, so update reports from commissioners, Durr, Weed and Pest.
Yeah, just had a Weed and Pest Board meeting, talked about some of the issues with prairie dogs and some of the mitigation efforts, new contracts coming in to Weed and Pest, some of the federal dollars getting released and him getting up to staff with their seasonal staff. And yeah, so anyway, everything there is good. Had a new board member on there. Jigs O'Connell was his first meeting, so yeah, it was good. Good things happen at Weed and Pest.
He's a pest himself.
Can be.
Yeah. Yeah, tell him that. Okay, Commissioner Drews, Complete Healthcare or Extension Advisory Board, or whatever you got from live from Hawaii. Whoops, I gave away. I'm sorry.
Okay, on Complete Health, attended that board meeting. They continue to work hard in saving county dollars.
Yep.
So, you know, that works through Monument also. They're with the emergency room, et cetera. And so they're doing a good job with the limited funds that they have. In addition, I participated yesterday in the webinar that was put on by the South Dakota Association of Counties. A lot of that discussion included the Secretary of Revenue and the Commissioner of the Bureau of Budget and Finance for the state, talking about Senate Bill 96 and 245 and the dates that those can be effective and so forth. And I think, you know, we had asked State's Attorney's Office, Tyler, to work on a resolution for us or an ordinance for us so that we can at least have that up for consideration at the earliest possible moment after July 1st.
Thank you, sir, on that. Well, thank you, sir, on that one. That's a big deal. I know that there's been a lot of controversy surrounding that, but I still think that if we can save some dollars for taxpayers on their house. But anyway, Hadcock had nothing. Ross Connect?
April 16th, attended Black Hills Council of Local Governments, and they just updated us on the list of current projects they got, and we went over the ones in Pennington County. So
Thank you for attending that. I didn't get there, so.
And then on the 29th, Pennington County Council of Aging, there was 3 agencies that submitted. They'll be coming in front of the commission for funding. It was good to see Mary from Wall. She's one of our new members of the Pennington County Council of Aging. And then there was I can't remember the lady's name, but she's from New Underwood, and she's a pistol. So good to see that part of the country participate.
Yeah, that would be Mary.
That's Mary, yeah. Nice to see Mary.
So that's all.
So for me, the planning commission, they came forward today with the only thing that was really exciting on the planning commission. They came forward today with the horse trailer thing. I think there was some misinformation that was propagated there, but it didn't show up today, so we're happy about that. So I guess I'll move on to All Hill City Chamber Annual Meeting, SDACC webinar, SB 96. So I don't know, Hill City Chamber, what's going on there, Ron? Do you know anything about that?
Hill City.
It says Hill City Chamber Annual Meeting.
Chamber of Commerce, I'm assuming.
You talking?
Hill City.
Yeah, you talking EDC or Chamber?
Chamber.
It's on here, it says Chamber, I don't know.
Yeah, we did attend that event at the event center, which is located at Three Forks. And they, just kind of a meet and greet, and then that's where they do their awards.
Oh, perfect.
For the different.
That was fun then?
Yeah, very,
Awesome.
and it was.
Okay. I'll have a motion to go in executive session.
I'm going to make a motion to enter into executive session for 125-2-1 for the purpose of discussing personnel and 125-2-3 for the purpose of discussing pending litigation.
Okay, all in favor? So we have to do a roll call.
Aye. Oh,
We're going to do a roll call,
Yep.
please, to move into executive session.
Ron Weifenbach,
Aye.
Deb Hadcock. Ron Roskinick,
Aye.
Jerry Durr. Gary Drews.
Aye.
Language, hold on.
We got to come out of executive session, right? So do we need a motion for that?
Move to come out of executive session.
We have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. Is Gary still on Zoom or is he done?
no, he's done.
He's done, okay. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries, then we got
Jordan, do you
a,
have that motion?
Yeah, I did.
I read it last night.
So did I.
It's $100 and something.
I am not seeing it. Hold on. Okay. So the recommended motion here for this item is move to authorize payment of statutory interest to William Cowan in the amount of $154.07 pursuant to SDCL 10-1817.
So moved.
Second.
a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Anything else, gentlemen?
Adjournment.
Ladies? Move to adjourn.
So go.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Well, we are adjourned, people.
We are adjourned.